Good morning. It's 5 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. And we have breaking news overnight. The U.S. and China reaching a temporary trade agreement. Here's Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent at the conclusion of the 3 days of talks in Geneva, Switzerland.
An agreement on a 90-day pause and substantially move down the tariff levels. Both sides on the reciprocal tariffs will move their tariffs down 115%.
Now, Bessent was speaking alongside U.S. Trade Representative Jamieson Greer after weekend talks in which both sides had hailed progress on narrowing their differences.
It's important to understand how quickly we were able to come to agreement, which reflects that perhaps the differences were not so large as maybe thought.
Yeah, the pause goes into effect on Wednesday. Well, it's the beginning of week 4 of the public corruption trial of former Tennessee Speaker of the House Glenn Cassada and his top aide, Cade Cothran. Closing arguments were expected on Friday, but Channel 4's Stacey Cameron says instead they've been postponed until today.
Those closing arguments are expected to begin around 9 a.m. and go into the afternoon session. At that point, Cassada and Cothran's fate will be left in the hands of the jury. And with many of those 19 charges brought against the men being incredibly complex and the jury having to comb over the testimony of 10 witnesses and more than 100 exhibits, there's no good guess how long it will take them to reach a verdict. Now, both Cassada and Cothran face up to 20 years if convicted and will be there at the federal courthouse for closing arguments and let you know how it wraps up.
So did you feel it? The 4.1 magnitude earthquake that struck the eastern part of the state and North Carolina. It hit on Saturday morning just after 9 o'clock, could be felt as far away as Atlanta. Central View Volunteer Fire Department in Sparta said the earthquake was felt in White County. And the Putnam County Emergency Management Agency said shaking was reported in that area too, though no damage has been reported. Market numbers now brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com.
Looking at the week ahead, something the Fed looks closely at in setting interest rates is a consumer price index. It tracks changes in the price of goods and services. On Tuesday, expectations are for a 0.3% increase from last month. We'll get first-time jobless claims on Thursday, and investors will have another chance to hear from Fed Chair Jerome Powell as he speaks at a Washington, D.C. conference. Dave Packer, ABC News.
Now, that agreement that was reached between the U.S. and China to suspend most tariffs for 90 days has boosted pre-market trading. We've got the Dow futures up 902 points right now. The NASDAQ futures are plus 770. S&P futures are up 160 points. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather. Next, I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Got a crash on 840 eastbound side of Veterans Parkway, exit 50, and it's blocking off the right lane. No big delays, though, heading into Nashville this morning. Could be a little wet on the ride in, though. There are some storms that are headed through the area. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.506 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 89.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends, and happy Monday to you, May 12th of 2025. Lots of news going on. Of course, we all know. I don't know, how are the futures looking right now, Joan Jones? I don't know if you have it up.
Yeah, the Dow is up over 900 points.
900?
Yeah.
All right. Well, the big news, of course, today is that we do have now a 90-day pause, I guess, on tariffs. The U.S. is lowering their tariffs on Chinese goods from 145% to 30%, and China will reduce their levies on American products 125% to 10%. Both the U.S. and China agreed to those actions. And so this is obviously very, very big news, and I love it. Scott Bessent, he's out there. Joan, you played a little bit of this audio earlier. This is what the Treasury Secretary had to say. Stunning the world, some are saying, confirming the U.S. Haven't I been saying this all along?
You knew all along, Dan.
This is a negotiation.
Right.
And I mean, everybody who has been watching Donald Trump work for years knows how the man operates. It's always a negotiation, and clearly they call these negotiations with China over the weekend. It was a marathon negotiation. So this is what the Treasury Secretary said.
We have reached an agreement on a 90-day pause and substantially moved down the tariff levels. Both sides on the reciprocal tariffs will move their tariffs down 115%. We had very robust discussions. Both sides showed great respect. It was a chance for me to meet the Chinese delegation. The vice premier I had previously had only a video call with. Ambassador Jameson was familiar with two of the other leaders on the delegation from his previous time. So there was very good personal interaction. Both countries represented their national interests very well. We concluded that we have shared interest, and we both have an interest in balanced trade. The U.S.
There you go. So that is Scott Bessent playing right off of Twitter. So I got to tell you.
It's too early on a Monday morning to hear the droning of his voice.
He sounded, okay, so.
He's tired. I think he's probably tired.
Well, yeah. I mean, first of all, they're in Switzerland.
Yeah.
So he's dealing with jet lag. He is also dealing with marathon negotiations. And Joan, I'm glad you said it. I almost said it, which is clearly the Treasury Secretary is tired. But you know what? He comes back a conquering hero. I mean, here we have last week and in the last couple of months, obviously, we have seen the markets just absolutely tank. You know what it's been interesting to listen to and watch, where we have this great news that we've got the pause on tariffs, and we're going to have the U.S. lowering tariffs on Chinese goods from 145% to 30%. China will reduce their tariffs from 125% to 10% on American goods. But still you have folks in the media that are saying, yeah, but there's no Chinese ships that are coming into American ports in Los Angeles and Long Beach. You know that's going on. Well, yeah, but they've just struck a deal. So even if they got the ships, and I don't know if that's true or not, whether or not the ships are not coming into Long Beach or the port of Los Angeles. But what I do know is that now that we have a 90-day pause, a 90-day deal, then I'd be willing to bet that those ships are going to start up again. Because literally we just got the deal apparently in the last couple of hours. Because when I signed on at midnight, I don't know, do we know when did this come out? This deal come out? Do we know? I don't know. When
I was getting ready for work, so it was sometime after 2 o'clock.
Okay, so when I woke up at midnight, I mean, there was no deal.
Right.
And I have a whole segment here planned on, what he's going to supposedly announce at, 8 o'clock our time, but the cat's out of the bag now. So this is obviously, again, great news. The folks on the left will, of course, try to poo-poo this at every turn because that is what they do. Trump, I mean, you want to talk about winning.
Oh, yeah.
So we got this deal done. We have, of course, the UK deal done. We have Trump. I don't know if you saw over the weekend. You probably did, Jones. But Hamas has now agreed, after negotiations with the United States, that they are going to release their last remaining living American hostage. So that is also good news. Apparently, the Trump administration, although I'm getting conflicting reports on whether or not the fighting does continue, but we have the Trump administration negotiating a deal between Pakistan and India, which was also big news over the weekend. So everywhere you look, the president has, victories. And I think there's a couple more as well. It's hard to
There's
keep
no
up with
more
them all.
apology touring. It's the U.S. is big and bad.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Yeah.
There's a funny meme out there. I'll see if I can find it. There's a funny meme out there, and it's President Trump, and he is sending that 5 things you accomplished in the past week.
Yeah.
And it's Donald Trump at a laptop computer. And it's very funny. Dear Elon, here's what I accomplished. And there's like 2 or 3 different versions because the president has accomplished a lot. And this thing with China, I mean, this is huge. And here's the crazy thing, Joan, is that they banged out a 90-day pause and these new tariffs within a weekend.
Yeah.
Within a weekend.
Yeah. So Jameson Greer said, and this was part of the newscast, that you can tell that because it happened so quickly that they really weren't as far apart as everyone was making it seem.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's exactly right, too. And then it, of course, begs the question, why didn't we do this sooner?
Mm-hmm.
Trump knew what he was doing. Now, we don't have a solid deal. I mean, this is a 90-day pause. We'll see where it goes from here. But obviously, this is very good news. Also, there's another big press conference that's going to happen later on today, where apparently now the president is going to unilaterally, through executive order, lower the cost of prescription drugs. So I'm going to go through. I've got a whole thing on that about why drugs are so expensive here and not so much in places like the UK, Australia, India as well.
Isn't that so frustrating? We provide all the technology. We provide the research, the development, the years of making these drugs.
Yep.
And other countries get them cheaper. Way cheaper.
Well, I mean, and there's a bunch of different reasons for that. I mean, the free market is definitely one of them. Our friends in Congress are a problem. I'm just going to tell you that as well. So we're going to get into how exactly is it that the president can unilaterally and by executive order lower the cost of prescription drugs, which he's going to do later on today. We're going to talk about that and a whole lot more straight ahead. Did you watch, Joan, just real quickly, and maybe we'll do this in the 5:35. Did you see those 3 members of Congress on Friday as they tried to storm the
what clowns,
the ICE detention facility in New Jersey,
clowns.
And then they ended up arresting the mayor of Newark, New Jersey?
Yeah.
And by the way,
Ross Baraka.
is that what it is? Baraka? Ross Baraka?
Yeah.
traditionally mayors of Newark, they're usually corrupt anyway, from what I understand. So, I mean,
Cory Booker.
if he didn't get arrested for this, it was probably going to be for something else. Anyway, we got a lot on a bunch of different stories. So I'm very excited about today's program. It is 5:15. Time to check the roads on WTN.
It's a crash in Sylvan Park. This is 40 westbound side at the off-ramp to northbound Briley Parkway West. And it's exit 204. Now, the off-ramp there, the right lane is blocked off. Got to maneuver around that. Otherwise, in the major roadways heading in, looking pretty good. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
All right, at 5:16, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. As far as your weather for today, a high of 75, thunderstorms apparently. It's going to be kind of rainy and icky all day. Joan, is that what you're seeing?
Pretty much. There's
rainy and icky?
Rain and icky. Daniel nailed it. Like, really.
Rainy and icky. Mm-hmm. Okay, very good.
Stefan says that there's going to... Stefano. I changed his name.
That's all right.
He says that there is a group of thunderstorms right now heading... Let's look at the radar. Heading through heading into Nashville now, but like in the Lewisburg area, it's pretty steady rain.
Just rain, thunder, lightning, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it'll be that way most of the day.
All right. So.
And icky. In the words of Dan Mandis.
Yes. Pack your patience and your umbrella.
Gosh, stop.
All right. Moving right along. All right. Where should we start? There was a great interview. Do you watch State of the Union?
I do not.
Dana Bash.
Dana Bash, yeah.
So
I'm in church at that time. She has to wait for me.
So have you ever really watched her?
Oh, yeah.
How does she make so much? I always ask this about Dana Bash. How does she make so much money? Because she's got some bank. I mean, she's making a lot of money. And I'm always curious as to how exactly it is that she earns that money, because she's just not very good. But anyway, she had Secretary of Commerce for Trump, Howard Lutnick, and he was on with Dana Bash, and she pressed him with her questions regarding what is going on with China and, of course, the tariffs and everything else. And this was, just so you know, point of reference, this was as the negotiations were going on. And surprisingly, Lutnick was like, I'm not going to comment on the negotiations because I don't want to interfere. You want to talk about other stuff? Fine. Quit asking me about the negotiations. And so she finally, after 3 times, she finally pressed on to other things. And she talked about how things were going so far with the tariff talks, generally speaking, and how it is impacting our lives. This is how that conversation went.
There are no ships carrying goods from China bound for the West Coast right now. President Trump said earlier this week that drops in imports is actually a good thing because it's going to affect people's wallets and jobs. Well, he said it's a good thing because it shows that the imports that the tariffs are working. But in reality, it's going to affect people's wallets and jobs. Truck drivers, port workers, American consumers. So my question for you is, how is that a good thing?
All right, so I can actually answer that. Then we'll hear from Howard Lutnick. But as I said moments ago, this is a negotiation, and President Trump is doing the negotiations. I mean, his administration is carrying these negotiations out. And what he wants to do, obviously, is he wants to level off the trade imbalance of $1.2 trillion. You're going to hear that a lot in the next couple of days. And we've been hearing this a lot over the past couple of months. And so as everyone in the Trump administration has said, the current trade imbalance is not sustainable. Just ask Howard Lutnick.
It's just unsustainable for $1.2 trillion to be exported to the rest of the world, meaning our money is going to the rest of the world. It's building them up. And over time, it's taken us down. And the president's here to fix it. So that's what he's trying to do with his tariffs.
So you'll notice that Dana Bash, if you watch the interview, if you find the interview, you will see that every single question, even though at the time of this interview, you did have Scott Bessent come out and say that the negotiations were going really well, everything is sort of asked and geared towards negativity. We know the markets have taken a hit. Trump understands this, and Trump understands this is a marathon, not a race. His popularity and approval ratings, if you believe them, have taken a hit, but he doesn't care, and neither do I. The American people, I think this is true. The American people are fickle, right? They love him one minute, they hate him the next minute. Again, if you believe the polling.
But there's economic policy, and then there's how people in the United States actually feel and the immediate effect on them. So just to be clear, are you saying that ultimately fixing what the president sees as a problem, which he just described, is going to mean that the American people, whether they work at a port or whether they're truck drivers or whether they're consumers, they're just going to have to suffer in the short term, maybe even longer?
All right, so fair question. We'll talk about that. Lutnick will answer that question and a whole lot more straight ahead right before the news here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So we do have a lot of news. By the way, the Daily Dan poll today is regarding Qatar and their apparent gift of an Air Force One to Donald Trump. They call it a flying palace. Have you heard about this, Joan?
I have. Man, the left is losing their minds over this.
So, you know why that's going on. The reason why this is happening is because I think it's Boeing has been trying to build a new Air Force One, and they've got delay after delay after delay
That plane was ordered in the first Trump administration.
Yes.
I mean, that's how long they've been taking to build this plane.
And it's not going to be done by the end of this administration. They've already said this. So when the story that I read showed that and said that this plane would not be done until like 2030, 2031, 2032. Is that what you heard, Joan, or what do you have?
I think that's correct.
Okay, you think that's correct? I think it's correct, too. So, I mean, why not? But here's the deal. Yeah, the left is losing their ever-loving mind. This plane, though, they're going to get it, but then it still has to be, put together with all of the communications and all of the electronics and do whatever it is that they need to do. So I don't even know if this plane is going to be ready in time for President Trump to use it. Whoever the president after President Trump is would probably be able to use it. But according to the deal that I'm hearing, at the end of Trump's presidency, they're going to have to apparently donate it to the library, President Trump's presidential library, wherever that ultimately ends up. So I don't even know if the president will be able to use it at all. I don't know. I don't see anything wrong with it. Do you? I will say this.
They're losing their minds because he's allowed to take that plane with him when he leaves office. He's actually buying the plane himself.
Is he buying the plane himself?
No, that's what I read last week. I can look at other headlines and see
You're right,
exactly what the deal is. But
this was a story last week, and I actually had it in my stack. I don't think I ever used it because we had the ICE raids here, and this is one of the segments that went by the wayside.
Yes.
But I think you're right. And if the president, if our government and Boeing and whoever else cannot get this plane done, then why not have it, donated by a foreign country? But that's our question. That is our poll question. Now, I could make the argument against this as well, and I heard the Red Hat guys talking about this, where it could be seen as, some sort of a bribe, or why are we taking gifts from a Middle Eastern country, so on and so forth. So I get the other side. And I think one of the things the Red Eye guys said is why give the other side a talking point? Why give the other side a plan of attack? Here's what I would say. My opinion on these kinds of things has morphed a little bit over the years, because the left will attack you on anything, whether it's true or not. They will take something and construe it for their own political opportunity. So why should President Trump do anything or not do anything purely based on how the Democrats will react? Because we already know that they're going to react crappy to everything. So why does it even matter what their reaction is going to be, right?
I think the other side of the coin of that is, well, if you know they're going to react like that, why do something that gins up the response?
because if it's not this, it'll be something else.
Right.
Do you know what I mean?
That's true. Yep.
Like I've decided a long time ago, many, many years ago, that I was not going to live my life based on how other people react. And especially doing what I do for a living.
Oh, you can't?
You can't. All right. So real quickly, that is our poll. And KGB, what are the current numbers on the poll? Watch us on YouTube and like and subscribe when you go and take the Daily Dan poll. And we ask folks, okay, so what do you think of this deal? And what are people saying, KGB?
It's 50-50 right now.
50-50. Somebody give the host a pat on the back for coming up with a 50-50 poll. I'll do it myself. 525, Joe and Jones, what's coming up in the news?
Don't hurt your arm, okay?
I'll try not to.
Yeah. The U.S. and China hit the pause button on tariffs, and President Trump is getting his executive order pen out once again this morning. Got those stories and more coming up here at 5:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Navy Mutual's Level 2 Plus Term Life Insurance is there for your loved ones when you need it the most. It's active for a set number of years, giving you the protection you need for as long as you need it. Have a 30-year mortgage? Choose a 30-year term. 15 years left until retirement.
We have
Provide replacement income with a 15-year term. We have you covered. Our term policies can be purchased by service.
Good morning. It's now 5:30. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Tensions are easing now between the U.S. and China as a deal is made to cut tariffs. This is a temporary agreement. It slashes tariffs on both sides for 90 days while a permanent trade deal is reached. Now, both countries have agreed to cut what they call reciprocal tariffs by 115% during that 90-day period. It brings U.S. tariffs on China goods down to 30% and the Chinese tariffs on U.S. imports to 10%. A woman's body has been found in a wildlife management area in Henry County.
Police and the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation are searching for her killer. Police are telling us that Christiana Shook Livingston was found in the parking lot of a Gin Creek WM, that's Waste Management, on Saturday morning.
Channel 4's Alexandria Adams there. The woman's last known address was in Murfreesboro. President Trump plans to sign an executive order this morning to introduce what he calls a most favored nation pricing model to prescription drugs, meaning that big pharma companies will have to charge the same price in the U.S. as it does in other countries. He expects the price of prescriptions to drop between 30 and 80% immediately. Well, after that deal on tariffs with China, the Dow futures are now up 948 points. NASDAQ futures are up 763. And we've got S&P futures up 162 points. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Little bit of trouble out at the airport right now. 40 the westbound side before Donaldson Pike, exit 216. There is a crash there, and it's causing some delays. And you've got a crash to the westbound side of 24. This is right at Haywood Lane, exit 57, and the right entrance lane there is blocked. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.537, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. All right, so I got a lot to get to. First of all, Joan.
Yes.
The very latest on the new Air Force One.
Okay.
So 3 days ago, actually, they came out with an update to the story because Joan and I were talking about how the new version of Air Force One that was commissioned years ago, I think it was commissioned in 2018, is that what I'm seeing? Was just cost overruns, delays, and so forth.
Yeah.
And so there was a story last week that said that, well, the new Air Force One actually isn't going to be ready until 2029, 2030. Now there's a news story saying that it'll be ready in 2027.
Oh.
So before Donald Trump leaves office, that was just a couple of days ago. So that puts a different kind of a spin on whether or not Donald Trump should accept that donated plane, the Flying Palace from Qatar. And so we'll have to see ultimately if he decides to accept this or not. They do say that it would be, I guess, a donation. They still have to retrofit the thing with all of the electronics and all of the security stuff. It's very opulent. It's a very opulent plane, though. I guess
is right up President Trump's alley.
You know what? Can I just say, as much as I'm a fan of Donald Trump, have you seen his taste? Like, he is very opulent.
Gaudy. Very gaudy. Yeah.
What a great word, Joan. It doesn't mean that we don't like the president.
No, but that's his thing.
That is his thing, man. Gaudy and opulent.
He wants everything magnificent. Everything. Not just for him, but for everybody.
Have you ever stayed in a Trump hotel?
No, I haven't.
I have not either. I've actually thought about at some point wanting to stay at a Trump hotel. It's either I retire or I stay at a Trump hotel. So I'm not sure which one. I haven't quite made that.
I'm sure you could get the company to write it off if you have to go somewhere.
Oh, sure. I'm sure that would be the case.
Absolutely. Tell them it's like a field trip kind of thing. You have to go to wherever, and you've got to experience a Trump property.
Have you seen the controversy regarding the French president Emmanuel Macron?
No.
Have you seen
what
this?
Now?
Okay. I want Joan and KGB. I want you both to go to my X feed right now. And all you folks listening, go to my X feed right now.
You just want clicks.
I know. That's all he's asking for. I'm going to retweet it so that I get the clicks.
All right. Go on Jones X to find it.
You'll see that Emmanuel Macron, and I think that they are a bunch of other leaders as well. I'm not sure who it is.
Yes.
But they are
It's the German advisor, Merz, M-E-R-Z.
Okay.
It's the Cocaine Brothers.
Yes.
And so there's what some people are calling, they're posing for a photograph, and Emmanuel Macron grabs what looks to me like a napkin, a wadded up napkin.
It looks like a wadded up piece of paper.
You don't
Yep.
grab it like that. He grabbed it pretty he was very fast with it. He was like, "Oh God, it's there." I should
no,
move it."
because so people are saying that the napkin is actually cocaine.
I
And
can tell
that
it might look like a
MERS
baggie.
And that MERS, he sets a folder aside and then takes what looks like a tiny little, like a spoon that they would, I think, heat.
Do you use a spoon for cocaine?
Well,
Will you use like a straw
Yeah. No,
maybe
use
a
like
straw? Okay.
or $100
yeah.
bill?
Oh, my God.
I don't think. Yeah.
I don't think it's cocaine.
Spoon is for meth. No.
Oh.
No,
Heroin.
yeah.
Heroin.
Heroin.
Yeah,
Sorry. Sorry, I'm not a druggie.
What's the worst drug you've been on, Joan?
Good Lord.
KGB, what's the worst drug you've been on?
Fentanyl.
I've never done drugs.
Never?
Never even smoked weed.
But see, the thing is, what he's doing, what Macron is doing is
cleaning.
No, but the way he
They're
sort of
cleaning.
puts it aside and then puts it in his hand and puts it in his back pocket, it looks like he's trying to hide it. So that's the problem with this.
They all look uncomfortable.
They do. They look
Is
very.
this a poll question?
So no, but maybe. He takes it left hand as they're taking a photograph, and then it looks like he's putting it in his back pocket. However, there could be a trash can back there too.
You're giving way too much credit.
Because the camera moves away from him as he's putting it, putting it behind him.
He doesn't. Once he notices
transfers
it's there,
it from one hand to the next.
Right hand into his left hand, and then
it looks like he puts it in his pocket.
The big thing for me is once he notices it's there, he is so quick. He just jerks and just his mood changes a little bit.
You know what? I think Joan is right. He does put it in his pocket.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean that it's cocaine. Because people
Could
are
be
saying
heroin.
that it's cocaine or whatever. Do you know, I wouldn't even know what heroin looks like. Would you even know what heroin looks like, Joan?
From the movies.
Well, I know that, no, I don't, honestly, but I know that they package it in like aluminum foil or something.
All right. So
how do I know that?
I think that it is a napkin. I do. That's number one. And I guess they're on a plane, right?
Is that where they are? On a plane?
Yeah, aren't they on a plane? Yeah.
Snakes on a plane? Drugs on a plane?
Anyway, so yeah, in the leader's cabin.
Yeah.
It looks very small, whatever.
Yeah, it does.
I don't believe that is cocaine. And as far as the guy on the right, is that MERS? The guy on the right?
MERS, yeah.
Okay. It looks like he's got like a little, almost like a sippy cup straw that's still in the plastic. That's what it looks like to me. If you look at that straw, it looks like it's a straw from a sippy cup that is still in the plastic.
The guy on the left looks very uncomfortable, though. He's the one that looks more guilty than the others. He looks like he's been caught.
You guys are seeing stuff that I'm not seeing. Like, first of all, I don't know who would be in such a close quarters with all of these different leaders, but if there's cocaine and that kind of thing, like out on the table, they know better than to pull out a camera and start filming. They just know that. So I don't believe that this is cocaine at all.
So his office, the official X account of the Élysée Palace,
Okay.
was adamant that the object was a tissue. It says, quote, "This is a tissue, period, for blowing your nose, period." So,
if they said it, it must be true.
well, right. Well, we must report everything.
They used it for blow, all right.
And also he said, oh, that's funny.
I got Dan there.
Yeah.
4702. Dan, you're so naive. It's Coke.
In the post, if you look in the comments, there is a zoomed up picture of it. So you be the judge.
8064 says, I'm listening on the radio, but maybe Hunter is giving him
Can we get Hunter on the line? Can we get a call in?
the number for one of his hookers. I don't know.
The X account also says, when European unity becomes inconvenient, disinformation goes as far as to make a simple tissue look like drugs. No, I think that the drugs look like drugs.
Yeah.
You know, nobody made it look like drugs.
They were on a train.
how dare we?
8379. They were on a train. All right, whatever. This tells you how little I care about the story, but I do find it interesting that people believe that it's Coke. I don't believe that it's Coke. I just don't.
I feel like, is this a poll? Maybe not a poll question. Put in the chat if you think it's Coke or you think it's drugs. It seems like a majority of people
everybody's going to think that it's Coke. Everybody's going to think that it's Coke.
Well, they're politicians.
Because nobody likes Emmanuel
crazy.
Macron. I don't like Emmanuel Macron.
But I mean, this isn't
not
the
a
first.
likable
This isn't the
character.
first time that there's been someone in high power that's been a druggie. It's happened more than often than we
Well,
think.
they've said it about Zelensky for years.
But here's my thing. The reason why I don't believe that it's cocaine isn't because I have such great adoration and respect for Emmanuel Macron. I just think that nobody in their right mind who is in that close proximity to these world leaders would pull out a phone and start filming as they've got cocaine in a straw on the table. They might go off and do cocaine someplace else, and it, again, would not surprise me. I just don't believe that this is cocaine. Plus, you don't see any kind of cocaine on the table. Hey, Joan, what did you get for Mother's Day?
I got some beautiful roses. Okay, so what my husband always does, you're going to love this. He gets roses, and there's 4 roses in it. One is white. That's my daughter. 2 are, no, I'm sorry. That's the pink one is my daughter. 2 white ones are my sons, and a red one is him. And this time he added 3 carnations, 3 pink carnations for our 3 granddaughters. Isn't that cute?
It's great, Joan.
Oh, come on. He did it's very thoughtful.
I'm sick and
do
tired
anything.
of your husband making the rest of the men look bad.
You didn't do anything so thoughtful, did you, Dan?
Well,
Did you get her a plug-in appliance?
Does a water pick count as a plug-in appliance?
You gave her a water pick?
I did. I gave my wife a water pick for Mother's Day. But see, in fairness...
Did she want one?
She used mine, which was an absolute violation of privacy.
You
but
use
moving
your
on from
own?
there.
Oh.
Yeah, I have my own, and it comes with a bunch of brushes.
Uh-huh.
So she used mine, unbeknownst to me, and then... What's
the violation? You swap spit when you kiss, right?
Well, yeah.
Okay.
But it's different. Would you use your husband's toothbrush?
I probably have, like by mistake.
I have done that so many times I can't even begin to tell you. There was one time Amy said, well, wait a minute. No, mine is the blue one. And I said, no, mine isn't the blue one.
Yeah. We do that all the time.
Oh, my Lord, have mercy. Anyway, so she used my water pick, and she was very... She didn't give either way. She's very, very vague as to whether or not she liked it. So
that's not a good sign.
I got her a water pick, and I got her some suntan lotion.
That's interesting.
Did you give her flowers?
Yeah, we got her some flowers. Okay. We got her some wildflowers.
Like you went out into the field and picked them?
No, I got them from Target.
Okay.
Anyway, whatever.
Target.
So it was an eventful Mother's Day in my house. I don't think there's anything wrong with getting my wife a water pick for Mother's Day.
Mm-hmm.
Now, she said, basically what you're telling me is that your message of love for Mother's Day is make sure that I take care of my teeth. It's basically what it is. So no, I
don't want to pay your dental bills.
It's practical. It's a practical gift. She was fine with it. She was cool. No big deal at all. It's very lonely last night. I did notice that, though. Whatever.
Oh, no.
Yeah, cold shoulder moment, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Yes. 1313. Y'all are so sad you know nothing about drugs. Please get a contributor who knows about the subject. You know, just so we're clear.
Yeah, we're going to get a drug expert.
You know what? KGB, go down to like Broadway and find somebody sleeping and wake them up.
Oh,
find out what drugs they're on and show them the video on your phone of Emmanuel Macron and ask him if that is cocaine or if that is a tissue. See, I think it's a tissue. Whatever. I don't think it's. So, Dan, you basically told her that, let me see, you good teeth and you're too white. I don't know what that means. 4702. Practical is good, Dan. Thank you, Chris. See, practical is good.
There was one time when we were young, like not long after we were married, I wanted a scale for my birthday. But I didn't want just any scale. I wanted a doctor scale, with the sliding weights.
Yes.
I wanted one of those. And my husband got it for me. And I still have it to this day. I still use it to this day.
You asked for it specifically, though.
I did.
That's
it's what I wanted.
the difference.
See what?
He felt very
Dan,
awkward.
do not give your wife a scale if she does not ask for it.
But it was what I wanted at the time. And I still use. I mean, it's one of those things that'll last forever.
See, women need to help guys out with what they want. Amy's one of those people that, she won't necessarily tell you exactly what she wants unless she really wants something. But also, in fairness to me, we're going on a pretty darn highfalutin cruise coming up here in a couple weeks.
Oh, not the Disney one?
So, not a Disney cruise. That's what I'm going on. Not a Disney cruise.
Right.
And so, in fairness to me, we're doing that. And so that should be part of my forgiveness package.
Forgiveness.
For getting her a tooth.
Right.
Yeah, water pick I love my water pick, but whatever.
Get the drink package and then you're in.
Oh, I know. We're talking about.
But Dan, I am on your side about women. If they can be specific about what they want and stuff, it makes it a lot easier instead of because guessing is a dangerous game.
Guessing is a dangerous game, and especially what's so odd is it that men are terrible at guessing, or is it that the women make it more complicated? I believe
a little bit of a column A, a little bit of column B.
I think it's because women are more complicated, and it is impossible to buy for women because
and we just lost half our viewership.
They want everything. No, I'm not saying. I'm not insulting
this
women.
This is a Mars and Venus issue, right?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Because we think we're giving you all the hints you need.
Did I ever tell you about the time that Amy gave me a happy birthday card for Father's Day?
On purpose?
See, that's the thing.
You don't know?
I opened it up and I realize this is a happy birthday card for Father's Day. Why would you do that? The look on her face.
But she was like, I still got you something. You're welcome.
That was her defense. That was her defense.
It's the thought that counts, right?
Yeah, that was
Yeah.
We just brought up a lot of arguments in the multiple households today.
No, listen. Every couple has their own deal. You know what I mean? That's why when I was single, this is why when I was single, I tried to never have a steady heading into the holidays or around Valentine's Day.
So you didn't have to spend the money?
So I didn't have to deal with all that stupidity. When I was single, I was always single around the holidays and also around Valentine's Day.
So if you really liked a girl, you would break it up with her just because the holiday was approaching?
Are you judging?
A little bit.
Yes.
Well, you can judge all you want, but it worked out for me.
Wow.
Well,
I get the ends don't justify the means on that one.
But you know what? I'm done. Politics the rest of the day.
Okay. Well, when Chris comes in, we'll see.
I guarantee you Chris believes that's cocaine.
Oh,
Chris
yeah.
believes that's cocaine.
yeah.
He is going to be all in, man. There's going to be 3 hours of nothing but Macron on cocaine. All right. We've been going like 3 or 4 different topics. Joan, what is coming up at the 6?
Well, we have opening statements in the freak-offs trial of Sean Diddy Combs. They begin today. Also, why a Major League Baseball player is pleading for the safety of his family. Oof, wait till you check out this story coming up at 6 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
5:58, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Okay, so CNN is hyperventilating over this whole plane from Qatar, Qatar. By the way, Joan, do we have an official Nashville's Morning News, WTN newsroom pronunciation for Qatar? Do we want to use Qatar or Qatar?
You could use either. They changed it, at some point.
I always thought it was Qatar.
It is Qatar, unless you're somebody who says it's Qatar.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
So that's why I just say Qatar, Qatar. Anyway, whatever. So CNN is hyperventilating over this thing. So we'll continue to monitor that coming up. I've got the full story. So it looks like the earth-quaking announcement from Donald Trump is that he is going to try to reduce the amount that we pay for prescription drugs. I've got that story for you in full coming up next. And I know this is going to shock you. More than likely, it is going to be blocked by the courts. We'll have to see what...
Everything is blocked by the courts.
Well, yeah, and the pharmaceutical companies are absolutely freaking out, as you can imagine. Yeah. So we'll talk about that straight ahead. Lots to go here on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning to you. It's 6 o'clock now, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. They're still working that accident scene out at the airport this morning. It's the westbound side of I-40 at Donaldson Pike, and the right shoulder now remains blocked off. Opening statements expected today in New York, and the sex trafficking trial is Sean Combs, and it could send him to prison for decades.
The 12 people who will decide whether he's guilty are expected to be seated first thing Monday after lawyers make cuts from a pool of more than 40 prospective jurors. Once the jury is sworn, attorneys will deliver opening statements and the first witnesses will testify. Among them, Combs' ex-girlfriend, Cassie Ventura, one of the women federal prosecutors say was coerced into drugged-up sex marathons known as freak-offs. Allegations Combs denies.
ABC's Aaron Katersky there. 2 people were killed last night in a crash involving a motorcycle and a truck in Hopkinsville. Police are saying it happened on Russellville Road about 5:30 last night. The driver of the truck was attempting to make a left turn when he collided with that motorcycle traveling in the opposite direction. It was carrying a man and a woman. They both died at the scene. A baseball star has been forced to make a plea for his family's safety. ABC's Alex Prochet on this story.
In what was supposed to be a triumphant return to Major League Baseball, Houston Astros pitcher Lance McCullers is instead making a plea for his family's safety.
Threatening to, find them or next time they see us in public, they're going to stab my kids to death. Things like that is tough to hear.
Visibly shaken, McCullers says his 2 young daughters received online death threats after he allowed 7 runs in the first inning of the game against Cincinnati Saturday night.
Both the Major League Baseball and the Houston police are investigating these death threats. Market numbers now brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com.
Stock futures were dramatically higher overnight on the heels of a weekend trade meeting between the U.S. and China. Washington and Beijing have agreed to lower some tariffs on each other's goods for the next 90 days. A strong opening today could blunt the effect of Friday's lackluster close. The Dow Jones ended the week with a 119-point decline to finish Friday at 41,249. The S&P slipped a fraction. The Nasdaq Composite was flat on the day. President Trump's tariffs are not expected to be a major factor in economic numbers to be released this week, but analysts say that may change going into summer. The forecast for data due out tomorrow is for a 2.3% rise in inflation from a year ago. Walgreens is doubling down on automation, expanding its use of robots to fill thousands of prescriptions. The struggling drugstore chain says the goal is to have human pharmacy staff interacting with customers instead of counting pills. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
Check this out. The Dow futures right now are up 994 points. The Nasdaq futures gaining 796. S&P futures, they're up 172. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather up next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Yeah, so 40 westbound at Donaldson Pike, the right shoulder blocked off because of a crash. Also, Whites Creek at Briley Parkway. Eastbound side, the off-ramp to Whites Creek Pike. You've got a crash there, and it's on the off-ramp. One more, Antioch, this is 24 westbound lanes past Haywood Lane, exit 57. The crash there blocking the right shoulder. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.607 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Breaking news from CNN. Global markets rise after U.S. and China announce trade breakthroughs. Now, they've got, and I don't know, Joan, if you just reported this, forgive me if you did, but, I mean, they've got the Dow futures up over 1,000. S&P 500 futures up 185. NASDAQ futures, I mean, they are skyrocketing.
Dow futures just hit up 1,010.
Okay. So
crazy.
That is huge, huge, huge news. You know, it's going to be funny if we ultimately end up with the Dow above where it was when this whole thing started. Can you imagine that?
Yeah.
Here's the, and then I'm going to move on because I've got a lot of other
Yeah.
things to do. But, you know, Trump, he's got the testicular fortitude of steel. Do you know what I'm talking about? Mm-hmm. Where, and I gotta be careful how I say things on the morning show, but you know, you want to talk about a guy with guts. I mean, if this whole thing ends up working, and if we end up with, and it looks like we will, with a better tariff rate and a better deal on tariffs where it's a more balanced with the U.S. and across the world with these tariff rates, but especially with China, if we end up with a better deal, and the markets recover and perhaps even are better than they were before all of this started, you think Donald Trump will actually get the credit he deserves? I don't believe that he will. I think that the likes of CNN, they complain about anything the president does. But ultimately, if this works out, you've got to understand the courage that Donald Trump has and Scott Bessent has to be able to do what they did and withstand the absolute pressure that they were under to stop going down this road of tariffs and trying to rebalance with all of these negotiations. So we'll have to keep an eye on, of course, the markets today, the futures as well. But the good news is, if you're just this minute joining us, both sides have decided between China and the U.S., both sides agreeing to lower the tariffs that they implement on our respective countries by 115%. That means the U.S. is lowering our tariffs on Chinese goods from 145% to 30%. China will reduce their tariffs from 125% to 10%. So big, big news. And we'll continue to watch the futures. And there probably, I believe, isn't there a big press conference on this later on today, Joan? I believe that there is.
I'm sure there is. I mean, they did the press conference in Switzerland right after.
Yes.
But I'm sure there's going to be more talk about it from the White House, especially. So I haven't seen anything formal that's happening today. I'll look for it. But
also in the news, President Trump apparently, and we'll have more on this a little bit later on, but the Trump administration apparently had a hand in negotiating a peace deal between India and Pakistan, two nuclear countries. That happened over the weekend as well. Hamas, after negotiations with the Trump administration, they're going to be releasing their last remaining living American hostage. Of course, we know that last week we also had the UK come forward with that negotiated deal on tariffs. And so the president, it does seem like he's on a roll. And later on today, the president is going to sign an executive order that will lower drug prices, he says, by 50 to 80%. This is from the Daily Mail. In a much anticipated Truth Social post on Sunday, President Trump writing, "For many years, the world has wondered why prescription drugs and pharmaceuticals in the United States of America were so much higher in price than they were in any other nation." And I've got some examples for you that I've shared before, and I will share them with you again coming up. The president revealing that Americans have been paying 5 to 10 times more than citizens of other nations for the same drug, manufactured in the exact same laboratory or plant by the same company. You know, Mounjaro, one of these weight loss drugs, GLP-1 weight loss drugs. I mean, in some nations, these things are like $80. In America, it's like $1,000. I mean, that's the difference in pricing with some of these drugs. The president saying in this Truth Social post, it was always difficult to explain and very embarrassing because, in fact, there was no correct or rightful answer. The pharmaceutical drug companies would say for years that it was research and development costs and that all of these costs were and would be for no reason whatsoever borne by the suckers of America alone, the president wrote on this Truth Social post. Trump going on to accuse the Democrats of striking deals with pharmaceutical companies in exchange for campaign contributions, but insisted not with me and not with the Republican Party. We could argue that point. The executive order will be signed at 8 a.m. local time in the White House, the president said. He will institute a policy where the United States will pay the same price as the nation that pays the lowest price anywhere in the world. It's favored nation status. The order will reduce health care costs for families, save trillions, and finally provide an equal playing field for Americans. It seems to me like it's the same notion, whether we're talking about tariffs or whether we're talking about pharmaceutical costs. Why is it that America gets screwed in these categories, whether it's tariffs or whether it is pharmaceuticals? I mean, inquiring minds want to know. I've actually got some of these answers. The president did describe it as one of the most consequential executive orders in our country's history. Now, what drugs is it going to cover? This is from the Associated Press. His proposal would likely impact certain drugs covered by Medicare and given in an office. They say think infusions that treat cancer and other injectables, but it could potentially bring significant savings to the government. Although the trillions of dollars, they say, Trump spoke about is possibly an exaggeration. We'll have to wait and see what happens. They say that Medicare provides health insurance for roughly 70 million older Americans. Complaints about U.S. drug prices being notoriously high, even when compared with other large and wealthy countries, have long drawn the ire of both parties, but a lasting fix has never cleared Congress. Under the planned order, the federal government would tie what it pays pharmaceutical companies for those drugs to the price paid by a group or other economically advanced countries, the so-called most favored nation approach. Only drugs on Medicare Part B, the insurance for doctor's office visits, are likely to be covered under the plan. We don't know what the details are. Again, remember, Medicare Plan B is the health insurance plan for people 65 and older. We're going to have to wait and see again what the details are. But when you hear what we pay as opposed to what other countries pay, it is absolutely insane. It's going to make you mad, and it's coming up next, 6:15. Time to check the roads on WTN. Far as weather today, a high of 75, thunderstorms as well. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on WTN. Again, this is from the Daily Mail talking about the really big earth-shattering news that the president is going to work to, through executive order, lower prescription drugs 50 to 80%. His announcement comes amid revelations over a third of U.S. adults, about 91 million people, could not access quality health care if they needed it today, based on recent polling. They say while about 305 million people have health insurance in the U.S., an estimated 26 million Americans are uninsured and footing hospital bills themselves. About 4 in 10 adults report having debt from unpaid medical or dental bills, while over 70 million avoid visiting the doctor in fear of some of these high costs. Now, here's some examples of how much more expensive it is here in America versus other nations. There was a report back in January of 2024. Reports emerged that drug makers hiked the prices of more than 770 drugs, including Ozempic, the blockbuster diabetes drug often used for weight loss. Its manufacturer jacked up the price of Ozempic 3.5% to almost $970 per month. That is insanity. Eli Lilly increased the cost of Mounjaro, another diabetes drug also used for weight loss. They increased the price 4.5% to close to $1,070 a month. And by the way, these drugs in other countries, under $100. AstraZeneca also raised prices 3% for blood cancer treatment. Calquence, non-small cell lung cancer drug, Tagrisso, and asthma treatment, Fasenra. And I don't know if I'm saying these drugs right, but they're talking about how back in January of 2024, they raised the prices of all of these drugs, and it just seems like because they wanted to. Increases for Pfizer included a 6% rise on the cost of Xeljanz, a treatment for autoimmune diseases, including rheumatoid arthritis and ulcerative colitis, and 7.9% increases on other cancer drugs. It was just, and I remember this story, it was just across the board, we're raising the drug prices on the American people in January of 2024 is a really big news story. Others, just real quick, how much some of these drugs cost here in America versus other countries. Insulin medicine, I think they call it Humalog. In the U.S., it can cost around $400 without insurance. In Canada, $50, $30 in Europe. So again, $400 here. In Canada, $50, $30 in Europe. An EpiPen, a 2-pack in America, $700. In France, $85. In the UK, $70. So you see the difference. It is absolutely insane. They've got this Harvoni, which is a hepatitis C treatment. I triple-checked this. $94,000 for a 12-week course here in America. In India, less than $1,000. Australia, it's around $20,000. That is insanity. One particular cancer drug, $120,000 per year in America. $30,000 in Australia. In India, less than $2,500 per year. So you see how much higher it is in these other countries and how these pharmaceutical companies just seem to arbitrarily raise the prices. And Trump is sick of it. He's like, no, we are going to come up with some sort of a plan, some sort of legislation that we can use to keep the prices down. This is going to be an executive order. By the way, we'll see if the Democrats and Republicans in Congress do anything about this. Now, why are drugs so much higher in America? I've told you just a few of the hundreds, maybe thousands of examples about the drugs and how much higher they are here in America. Why, though, are they so much higher? They talk about how we are the free market. That's what America is all about, the free market. No government price controls. And by the way, this is what you're going to hear from some Republicans, where they don't want price controls. This means the pharmaceutical companies they'll continue to jack up these prices because we don't want, as conservatives, government price controls. That is really a tenet of conservatism, is we don't like those price controls. Here also, we don't negotiate as a government, right? You've got private insurance companies, and they negotiate individually, which means that they have far less coverage or leverage, because the American people, we are split in all of these different with all of these different insurance companies. Other nations, they'll go ahead and negotiate as a big block of people, but here we don't do that. The insurance companies apparently are the ones that negotiate these prices, so we don't have that leverage. We also don't have immediate access to generic drugs. We have policies that extends the periods that drugs can be exclusively used in America, as opposed to being able to utilize the generic drugs. In India, for example, generic drugs can be used almost immediately, but not in America. That is a gimme to the pharmaceutical companies. And again, we have a fragmented health system. We have private insurance. And so, there's a lot of good things regarding the use of private insurance here in America. But the bad one is that we can't, as a nation, we can't use that leverage of all of the millions and millions and millions of people we have here in America, because, again, it is the insurance companies that negotiate those prices. Also, let's not forget the lobbyists. You know how much the lobbyists spend? $300 million a year on lobbying, which means that you have the politicians, both Republicans and Democrats, that are creating and voting on legislation that protects Big Pharma. And what that does is that drives up the pricing as well. There have been accusations, by the way, of collusion for years, where drug companies collude to keep prices higher. And when these companies collude for the higher prices, guess what? There's no competition. Everybody says, hey, let's keep these prices high. So we make all this money within the drug companies. That means that we all pay. I mean, you ever notice a pharmaceutical company, an upstart maybe coming in and coming in with lower prices? No, you don't. Why? Because they collude. There's also the revolving door between the FDA and Big Pharma, right? I mean, there's that conversation as well. So there's a lot of different reasons why drug prices are so high here in America, from the fact that we are a free market, to the politicians that are paid off by Big Pharma, to the way that we are able to negotiate, which is not as a nation, but through individual insurance companies as well. So there's a lot of reasons for this. By the way, President Trump has tried to do this. He did it in his first term, and it got blocked by the courts. And then, no shock here, the Biden administration let it drop. And I remember I said this at the time. I said, why is Donald Trump, and this was a criticism I had of Trump, why is it that he is doing this now at really the end of his presidency, when he should have done it at the beginning of his presidency? He tried it at the end, it got blocked by the courts, and then Biden just let it go. Now, 4 months in, I guess 3-4 months in, you've got the president now trying to do this same thing again, where he does have the House of Representatives that is run by, the majority is the Republicans, same with the Senate. So we'll see if this has a different fate this time around. We'll have to see how big of a deal this is. The president believes that it is an earth-shattering, monumental deal. We'll have to see ultimately what happens, because let's not forget that Congress, quite frankly, is bought and paid for by the lobbyists. 624, Joan Jones is in the WTN newsroom. Joan.
Yeah, a promising development regarding the last remaining American hostage in Gaza. Also, what's new when you reserve an Airbnb or buy concert tickets? Got those stories and more coming up here at 6:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
$624, Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. They want you to know that the TVA rebates, they've been extended. Now, that means big savings for you. So let me go through just a couple of these real quick. Mini Split, 17 SEER 2 or higher. They are going to give you an $800 rebate at Busy Bee. Also, they've got a great rebate on AC tune-ups. That is a $50 rebate for each tune-up. So remember, you join the Beehive Club today, you get your spring tune-up, and that is going to be a $50 rebate. Also, the fall tune-up, another $50 rebate. That means that you're saving $100 for the year, and that means that you just paid your Beehive membership for the year. And listen, this is a company that is always looking for ways to save you money. That's why I have been a Beehive member for years with Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. So call them and tell them Dan told you to reach out, 615-775-7833. Again, they are always looking for ways to save you money. 615-775-7833. Find them online, busybeehvac.com. Preparing to sell your home can be costly and time-consuming. You can skip the hassles of a traditional home sale and sell your home stress-free with a guaranteed offer from my friends at Mark Spain Real Estate. You can say goodbye to the stress that comes with showings and open houses and, yes, costly home repairs. Now, my friends at Mark Spain Real Estate, they're going to sell your home fast and, yes, for maximum value. So if you're thinking about selling your home, you can receive an all-cash offer, a guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate. Now, listen to what their client, Tyra, had to say. She says, thanks to Mark Spain Real Estate, our home had several cash offers within 24 hours of it being on the market, and we closed in less than a month. With their guidance, the transaction was more seamless than we had ever hoped. Listen, selling your home is one of the biggest financial decisions you are ever going to make. So who you work with matters. They've got over 12,500 five-star reviews. You can trust the top real estate team in America to sell your home for top dollar. Call them. Tell them Dan told you to reach out, 855-299-SOLD, 855-299-SOLD. Find them online anytime. MarkSpain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today and start packing.
Good morning. It's now 6:30. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Hamas says it's going to release 21-year-old American hostage Eden Alexander from captivity in Gaza. That handover may happen today.
Hamas saying it plans to release Eden Alexander, a dual U.S.-Israeli citizen who grew up in New Jersey and the last known living American hostage from the October 7th attack. Hamas saying it's making the move in hopes of securing a ceasefire deal. And the Israeli Prime Minister's office saying the U.S. informed them of this potential release and saying they were told that there were no other conditions agreed to here.
That's ABC's Jay O'Brien. Israel says it plans a roughly 30-minute pause in combat airstrikes and aerial reconnaissance in that area of Gaza where Alexander is to be released. Murray County rescue crews called out to the Duck River on Saturday when a kayak overturned, stranding a kayaker on a sandbar. Now, that kayaker was wearing a life jacket but didn't know how to swim and couldn't make it back to the shore. Rescuers say cold water temperatures complicated the operation. Nobody was injured. A new Federal Trade Commission rule will take effect today, and it takes the mystery out of the final cost that you'll pay online for tickets and live concerts, hotels, and short-term lodgings like Airbnbs.
The new rule does not stop businesses from charging fees, but it bans junk fees by requiring all pricing up front rather than tacking on extra costs like convenience fees or resort fees when you check out online. The total price also has to be displayed more prominently than any other costs.
That's ABC's Ellison Kosick reporting. That's the latest news. We've got your traffic and weather ahead. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. 6:32, Nashville's Morning News on WTN. Dan Mandis here. You know, I've been telling you for years about my friends at United Structural Systems. Now, they are experts in waterproofing, concrete leveling, and foundation repair. This is a great company, and they've helped me several times over the years with my home. That is why I proudly endorse United Structural Systems. Now, I'm one of 30,000 satisfied customers. Now, listen to this recent review on Google. Guy says that USS was highly professional. The crew was phenomenal from start to finish, and they treated his home as if they were working on their own home. Now, he does give USS 5 stars, and so do I. They're not going to charge you for any unnecessary repairs, and you won't pay a dime until the work is done and you are a satisfied customer. Check them out today. We guarantee our best. Call USS at 615-488-7855. We got all this rain going on right now. Really, it's going to rain all week. There's chances of rain. If you go down into your basement or crawl space, you see water, you've got to call USS. They are the experts in waterproofing. 615-488-7855, USSTN.com. 6:34, Nashville's Morning News. All right, ladies, Father's Day is coming up. What better way to celebrate than helping the dad in your life get that man bod back? You know, forget the dad bod. Get the man bod back with Contours. Now, they are experts in red light technology that is a cutting-edge, non-invasive alternative to liposuction and does reduce body fat, and they can help the dad in your life. Now, right now, get that Belly Buster special for Father's Day, which, by the way, is June 15th, $99 right now by calling 615-236-9960. Go from dad bod to man bod, 615-236-9960. The first 10 callers right now get that Belly Buster special for just $99. I've been through the treatment. It does work. It is FDA approved, and Contours is ready for your calls. By the way, you don't pay if you don't lose 2 inches on that first visit. Again, it is the Father's Day special. First 10 callers right now, 615-236-9960. Find out how this cutting-edge red light technology works by going online, ContoursLLC.com.
In Mount Juliet this morning, 40, the westbound side before Mount Juliet Road, there is a crash and the left lane is blocked off. 3 vehicles involved in this crash. Got an overturned vehicle on 40, the eastbound lanes before Charlotte Avenue. That's the right 2 lanes there are blocked off. And then in Murfreesboro, 24, the westbound lanes past Church Street. There's a crash in the HOV lanes. That's all blocked off as well. And finally, the eastern split at 24 westbound. There is a crash. The left shoulder in that spot is blocked. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.637 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. All right, so watch us on YouTube and Facebook and 997WTN.com. And also on X, you can watch the radio show. I prefer you watch on YouTube, where you can take the Daily Dan poll. Big controversy this morning, Joan, as you know. The president is, word is that he is going to, they say, some say, accept this plane from Qatar. Now, this is a very opulent plane, and President Trump is thinking that it might be the new Air Force One. And so you've got all kinds of people that are absolutely freaking out on both sides of the aisle, by the way, because number one, can you trust Qatar? I don't think you can trust, quite frankly, not a lot of these Middle Eastern countries I'm going to trust.
Remember, Qatar is the country that hosted the talks, the Hamas talks. They shelter some Hamas leaders.
Yes, they do.
In their country. So,
yes, they do.
Yeah, there's a lot to be
trust.
concerned about.
Mm-hmm. That's exactly right. So we may, Joan, have the closest Daily Dan poll in the history of close polls. Because the question is, should the president accept this gift of an opulent airplane from Qatar as the new Air Force One? Now, remember, it would have to be reconfigured to, with all of the specs of Air Force One. You've got security equipment, you've got communications equipment as well. But our poll so far says, 52 to 47% say no. The president, am I right on that, KGB, should not accept.
52-48, yes.
52-48. The president should not accept this gift from Qatar.
We might have a 50-50 by the end of this.
Might have a 50-50 by the end of this. We'll have to wait and see what happens. By the way, a lot of this on the heels of Boeing and the government not able to finish the new Air Force One that was ordered, I think, back in 2018. And it has taken them forever to get this thing done. They have they got cost overruns, scheduling overruns as well. It has been delayed. Finally, a story came out on Friday that they expect it to be done maybe by 2027. So we'll have to see what happens. And by the way, this plane from Qatar, if you've seen it, it is very opulent. Joan used the term gaudy earlier. It is gaudy.
That's so Trump style.
It is Trumpian in nature. And listen, you can love or hate Trump. He's got a very gaudy sense of what looks right, like what he likes.
He does. He does. So ABC News is reporting.
Yes.
And I'm going to read from their website. Anticipating these questions, sources tell ABC News that the lawyers for the White House counsel's office and the Department of Justice drafted an analysis for Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, concluding that it is legal for the Department of Defense to accept the aircraft as a gift and later turn it over to the Trump Library, and that it does not violate laws against bribery or the Constitution's prohibition, which would be the emoluments clause, of any U.S. government official accepting gifts from any king, prince, or foreign state.
There you go.
So it's a legal maneuver. It's just whether or not you trust the Qataris enough to do such a thing.
So, number one, I don't trust Qatar. Never have, never will. I don't care what they ever do or say for America. We'll never trust them. That's number one. Number two, and I said earlier, and I still feel this way, that the left is losing their ever-loving minds on this. But to me, you don't decide to do anything or not do something because of the reaction on the left, because they're always going to find something. I don't care what Donald Trump does. Today, he's going to announce, as I was going through earlier, he's going to announce an executive order to drive down drug prices 50 to 80%. He's going to try anyway. And it'll be blocked in court by the pharmaceutical industries. I went through all of that. But the left is always going to find something wrong with what the president does. So if he says no to this, it should be because he doesn't trust the folks there in Qatar, whatever. He doesn't trust them, but he shouldn't do it because the left is going to lose their ever-loving minds. I don't care. I mean, they are always hair on fire. I mean, did you see, let's just real quick. Let's talk about what happened on Friday and the update, because I thought this was actually really funny. If you go to my X feed, at Dan Mandis Show, there is a great story where you had these three Democrats that represent New Jersey. As a matter of fact, Jersey Joan. That's where you're from, right?
Yep.
Right, Joan, New Jersey?
Yes.
Now, in fairness, the New Jersey that Joan grew up in wasn't nearly as screwed up as it is now. Is that safe to say?
That's safe to say. Plus, I grew up in the bucolic and beautiful South Jersey. This is not the South.
Okay, very good. So,
a beautiful part of Jersey, that doesn't exist.
It does. You just need to go to the right place.
Hey, KGB, she's from Jersey. She'll knife you.
I don't believe it.
So anyway, Democrats on Friday, I was at home watching this in real time, and it was funny. So these Democrats stopped by for an unannounced visit to an ICE detention center, and it didn't go well. That's how it went. Now, that is the sound of three Democrats storming an ICE facility there in Newark, New Jersey. And you've got these three, Representatives LaMonica McIver, Bonnie Watson-Coleman, and Rob Menendez, all Democrats. By the way, Joan, is Rob Menendez,
Yes. He's the son.
That's the son
of Bob Menendez,
who is
Menendez. On his way to prison.
Yes, okay. Well, maybe
Gold
Rob
Bar
might
Bob.
be Gold Bar Bob. So these Democrats from New Jersey, they literally show up at the Delaney Hall Detention Center there in Newark. And this is how they are reported to get in.
DHS has slammed those lawmakers, saying they stormed the gate past security as a bus of detainees was entering. The agency also saying some of those lawmakers could face charges for their actions, accusing them of assaulting federal agents.
So a bus goes in, the gates open, and they just go barnstorming in, I guess, behind the bus somehow. I guess the gates had to open for the bus, and they just go right in. Another story, by the way, shows that they snuck in through the guard check. I don't know how they ended up on the private property of this private prison. And this is important. There's two types of prison, as you folks know. You've got a prison that is owned and run by the federal government. Then you have the private prisons that are contracted out by the government. This is a private prison that changes this dynamic. I've got details straight ahead. They went on with Dana Bash over the weekend, these three, and they are saying, oh, no, this was all ICE. This was all the security on the scene. They are the ones that contributed to all of this chaos. They are the ones that contributed to all of this insanity. Well, let's go to the tape. And we will. Coming up next, 6:45. Time to check the roads on WTN. Weather today, a high of 75, thunderstorms apparently off and on all day. It is raining now in Nashville. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on WTN. Talking about these 3 Democrats that decided that it would be a good idea to storm this ICE detention center in Newark, New Jersey. The mayor of Newark also, by the way, got arrested. LaMonica McIver, Bonnie Watson Coleman, and Rob Menendez, all Democrats from New Jersey, show up at the Delaney Hall Detention Center in Newark, and they basically apparently either snuck in through the guard shack or they stormed in after the gates were opened for
a bus.
Yeah. And so it is just
But they keep on claiming that they were invited to tour the facility. They were invited. They had to sneak in to get there, but they were invited.
Well, they were invited once they got there.
Yeah.
So this is part of what was going on, right? So that's how it all sounded. Now, you've got these 3 screaming and yelling at the members of ICE and local security. Now, I want you to go to my X feed at Dan Mandis Show, because there's a few videos of these 3 acting so angry and so belligerent that LaMonica McIver is accused of body slamming agents. Now, Joan, I want you to go look at the video on my X feed. You can scroll down a little bit. Mm-hmm. She literally is body slamming agents.
She's using her heft.
She is. Okay, so
I'll go there.
You're going to go there?
I will go there.
So
she's using her heft to stop a female guard from doing her job.
She's got heft, and she's not afraid to use it.
Yeah.
Now, she was asked about this with Dana Bash.
The DHS also says that, in their words, you were body slamming an ICE officer.
Absolutely no. I mean, I honestly do not know how to body slam anyone. There's no video that supports me body slamming anyone.
Now, there is no truth to the rumors that the Titans have called her for their offensive line. No truth to that.
To be fair, they need a right tackle.
She does. She has heft. She's got to be dying on that video. Can you imagine waking up and seeing that video? By the way, the video that I posted, I believe it's in slow motion.
Yeah, it is in slow motion, and it's perfect because you can see her using her body to push against people around her.
Right.
You call it whatever you want, but she used her body to push people around.
You know, they use the word body slam because that's like a body slam is different than what she did. She body checked someone. I wouldn't call it a body slam. That's where they were like trying to like defend her in that way.
Honestly, it does look like she's blocking with an offensive line.
Yeah.
It does look like that. And so I want you to go watch the video.
She's heard on this video also telling this person that she it will use her position as a member of Congress to make him pay. She's going to have somebody make him pay.
You know what? I hope they throw the book at this woman. Now, I don't know if they will, but she says, "Oh no, I'm not body slamming." She clearly did, as you mentioned, Joan, using her body to try and force her way in.
We, as Congresswoman Bonnie Watson Coleman said, we were simply there to do our job. Therefore, oversight visit and what you're watching in a video, and we don't have all of the body cam, and we hope that all of the body cam is released. It was a very tense situation. It unfortunately did not have to be like that. They created that confrontation. They created that chaos.
Always playing the victim, right? Clearly playing the victim. When you can see that she is using that congressional heft to bully her way into, or at least onto, the prison premises. Now, the difference between a public prison and a private prison or detention facility is that if it's a public prison facility that is owned by the federal government, Congress can indeed show up unannounced, and they have to be let in. A private detention facility actually has different different regulations that can be a little more secure, if you will. So if a congressperson shows up unannounced, depending on that specific institution or facility, the facility may or may not be required to let you in immediately. And that's the point, is that the local authorities there and ICE and the people that were on the grounds, they had to make sure that the proper protocols were followed. Now, this is Congressman Menendez saying that it was the fault of local law enforcement and ICE. He says, oh, they had to de-escalate better.
I think there was a lot of opportunities for DHS, for ICE to de-escalate the situation. They chose not to. There's 3 House members there, the mayor of the largest city. And as you can see in all of the video, and this is important, they had over 20 armed ICE HSI officers. They were heavily armed. Their faces were covered, and they were wearing no identification. So this is who they chose to have come engage with the mayor of Newark and 3 elected members of the House of Representatives.
You know what's kind of funny about that comment is that he talks about how they were masked and they didn't have any identification. That's kind of like your local Hamas supporter at Columbia University or Harvard or any of these Hamas supporters on college campuses. But I love how he's like, if you watch the videos, you will see that they are the ones that are screaming. They are the ones that are using that congressional heft to try and bully their way and body slam their way into this facility. And the guards are just trying, very hard to keep them out. And at the same time, they're screaming, don't touch me, don't touch me, don't touch me. I'm sorry, but you are touching them. I love how the Democrats these days and all these folks that are, protesting at colleges, and their new thing, right, is don't touch me, don't touch me. I'm sorry, but if you're playing a fool and you're playing the jackhole and you are using your heft to body slam or body check your way into a facility, then they are well within their right not only to touch you, but to throw your butt on the ground and throw you in handcuffs.
It's like beating someone up and they're fighting back. Well, you can't fight back. What are you doing?
Exactly right. That is exactly right, KGB.
They also keep claiming that they're on public property. They are allowed to be on public property. This is a private prison.
Private prison.
It's a private prison, private property.
The procedures, the regulations are different than a public prison, and so owned by the government. So, yeah. And by the way, I love this part. Do you know who is in this prison? Martha McCallum from Fox News spoke about it on Friday.
Known active member of MS-13. Another one is wanted in Brazil for homicide. He's a fugitive from justice to Brazil who ended up in New Jersey. This one is last name Santa Maria, verified MS-13 gang affiliation. Another individual, Estevez Bello.
She just goes on and on and on. They're a bunch of gangbangers, and this is who the Democrats are deciding they want to go and rescue inside this private prison guarded by ICE and the Department of Homeland Security and so forth is a bunch of gang members.
Some of the examples of the people that are being held.
Yeah, I mean, a bunch of gang members wanted for, murder and all of these other things. So, I would say, well done, Democrats. And by the way, they were given the tour. And you know what they found? They found absolutely nothing. There was no problem whatsoever. And they came out, no kids. Everything seems to be on the up and up. And I don't know if they're going to face any charges. They should. We'll hear from Alina Haba in the next hour here on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7, 6:54. Joan's got the news at 7. Joan.
Yeah, coming up here, rolling back those tariffs, the stock futures jumping after that U.S.-China deal is announced. Also, we'll tell you some other news of the day, the beginning of week 4 of the public corruption trial of a former Tennessee House Speaker. That's coming up here at 7 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
I would say that Chris Hand is right, although when you hear some of these people talk in interviews, they're far from elite. It is 6:56 on Nashville's Morning News. Listen, if you are new to Nashville, maybe you've been here for a long time, but you need reliable garbage pickup, you can call my friends at J&J Services. Now, there's a lot of companies out there, but J&J Services, they've been around for 20 years here in Middle Tennessee, and if you throw it away, they'll take it. They'll even crush it, too. They offer you regular weekly trash pickup, construction site pickup, dumpster rental, and even commercial trash compactor services. You can toss it or crush it with J&J Services. They'll work with you on convenient pickup times, and yes, they are reliable as well. And they'll also supply you with porta potties if you have maybe a party coming up, or maybe you have a construction site as well. They can, again, supply you with those porta potties or trash. 2 decades of taking out the trash in Middle Tennessee. Call them for a free quote at 615-599-7778. 615-599-7778. JandJServices.com, where they always keep it trashy. $6:59, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Appreciate you being here. On Nashville's Morning News, all right, coming up, Alina Habba checks in with some audio. on her thoughts on what happened in New Jersey with these three congressmen who, in my opinion, deserve to be jailed. We'll talk about that and a whole lot more straight ahead. You're not going to hear you're not going to believe what you hear from Jasmine Crockett on the future of the Democrat Party. Details straight ahead. Nashville's Morning News on WTN.
Good morning, now 7 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. And we learned overnight that the U.S. and China have reached a temporary trade agreement. Here's Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent at the conclusion of 3 days of talks in Geneva, Switzerland.
An agreement on a 90-day pause and substantially move down the tariff levels. Both sides on the reciprocal tariffs will move their tariffs down 115%.
Bessent was speaking alongside U.S. Trade Representative Jamieson Greer after the weekend talks in which both sides hailed progress on narrowing differences.
It's important to understand how quickly we were able to come to agreement, which reflects that perhaps the differences were not so large as maybe thought.
Now, this deal goes into effect on Wednesday. It's the beginning of week 4 of the public corruption trial of former Tennessee House Speaker Glenn Cassada and his top aide, Cade Cothran. Closing arguments were expected on Friday, but Channel 4's Stacey Cameron says they were postponed until today.
Those closing arguments are expected to begin around 9 a.m. and go into the afternoon session. At that point, Cassada and Cothran's fate will be left in the hands of the jury. And with many of those 19 charges brought against the men being incredibly complex and the jury having to comb over the testimony of 10 witnesses and more than 100 exhibits, there's no good guess how long it will take them to reach a verdict. Now, both Cassada and Cothran face up to 20 years if convicted and will be there at the federal courthouse for closing arguments and let you know how it wraps up.
Other news of the day, Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky Sunday challenging Russia's President Vladimir Putin to meet him personally in Turkey on Thursday. It's the latest move to get the U.S.-led peace effort off the ground.
President Zelensky's office confirming to ABC News that he will be traveling to Istanbul next week for these direct talks with Russia. But the question is, will President Putin show up?
That's ABC's Lama Hassan reporting. And did you feel it? That 4.1 magnitude earthquake that struck the eastern part of the state and North Carolina. It hit Saturday morning just after 9 o'clock and could be felt as far away as Atlanta. Now, Central View Volunteer Fire Department in Sparta said that earthquake was felt in White County, and Putnam County Emergency Management Agency said shaking was reported in that area too, although no damages were reported. Market numbers now brought to you by Beacon Capital Management online at beaconcm.com. Stocks got a real boost this morning after the announcement of that U.S.-China agreement. The Dow futures right now are up 967 points. The NASDAQ futures gaining 758. And the S&P futures, they're up 164 points. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Got a closure to tell you about this morning. This is Wilson County and Truckers Crossroads. You've got the 40 westbound off-ramp to Linwood Road. That's exit 245, shut down by a crash, and it is closed indefinitely. We'll keep an eye on that this morning. Watkins Park on 40 eastbound before Charlotte Avenue, a crash. The right lane is blocked off. In Mount Juliet, 40 westbound before Mount Juliet Road, a crash there. The left lane is blocked off as well. Hermitage, Old Hickory Boulevard northbound over I-40 East, 2 right lanes are blocked off. And Murfreesboro Pike and Glenview at Briley Parkway, a crash involving some injuries. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.707. Sorry, Nashville's Morning News on WTN. I was listening to this audio from LaMonica MacGyver, and she is one of the, we were talking about this story in the previous hour. At the end of the previous hour, she is one of the 3 Democrats that stormed this ICE detention facility, this private ICE detention facility on Friday. It was the same thing. It was the same story where the mayor of Newark, New Jersey, was also arrested. I just had a crazy, crazy story. And if you want to see, a couple of things going on. Number one is KGB found some great audio from this LaMonica MacGyver. She is a Democrat representative out of New Jersey. And just to tell you the kind of belligerence that we're dealing with, this was her back in February.
We are at war. Anytime a person can pay $250 million into a campaign and they be given full access to the Department of Treasury of the United States of America, we are at war.
So there you go. That is the kind of belligerence that we're talking about. And so
Unhinged? It comes to mind.
Little unhinged, yes. Imagine that if you are an ICE agent and or Department of Homeland Security, and you are guarding this detention facility full of, illegal alien gangbangers, and here come these 3, and literally following a bus as the gates open, they come in behind the bus and sneak in. And that leads to, as we talked about in the previous hour, all kinds of insanity, all kinds of chaos that we saw unfold. And it was live. I don't know if it was live on CNN, but it was live on Fox News. You can watch the video at Dan Mandis Show on X. We were talking about how these 3 are saying, including LaMonica MacGyver, saying, oh, no, we're innocent. We're not the ones that were causing all of the chaos. Oh, no. It was the security. And they said over and over again in all of these interviews, we have every right to show up unannounced and check out these detention facilities. Well, this is a private detention facility, not a facility that is owned and operated by the federal government. This is a private detention facility where the government contracts out to a third party. And so, no, they don't have the right to just show up unannounced. There's other things that they have to do. There's certain procedures and protocols when you're dealing with a private security. I mean, that is just a fact. And so they can scream and bellow all they want, but the reality is, in my opinion, that they should be jailed. Some people are saying on the super text line that this is like an insurrection. But here's where I would go with all of this. number one, the media is using the term body slam, and they're saying, and that's the term that I use because that's the term that the media is using. But the reality is that, and folks on the super text line corrected me on this, which is fine, that what she did, what LaMonica MacGyver did, wasn't a body slam. If you look at the Dan Mandis Show X feed, it wasn't a body slam. They slow-mo it. And Joan and I were talking about how if you look at it, she's saying, oh, no, I didn't assault any of the law enforcement there. But the reality is that she, not body slam, because I guess body slamming, Joan, is when you pick up somebody and then you slam them down on the ground like in a wrestling move.
Okay.
But what she did was she, as you said, used her heft to body check the folks there at the facility. So you got this woman bellowing and screaming in your face as she is trying to use her heft to sort of, get to the quarterback, if you will. That's kind of what I see it as. She's just trying to drive her way through the security and onto and into the facility. But she's out there saying, oh, no, I didn't. No, I didn't. Look at the video. It's on my X feed, and I bet you Joan, she probably reposted it to her social media as well, Joan P. Jones at X. So for me, I think that they ought to be in jail. The mayor, they're trying to make a big deal out of the fact that this mayor, what's his name, Joan? The mayor of Newark?
Ross Baraka. R-A-S, Ross Baraka.
So Ross Baraka, they're trying to make a big deal out of the fact that when they arrested him, he was not on private property. He was on public property, right? So you've got the private property premises, and then you have maybe, I don't know, whatever, the parking lot where it is public. So they arrested him on the public property, but he was on the private property. So they're trying to make a big deal out of the fact that, I wasn't on private property when they arrested me. But you were on private property previously, and then you went and walked over into the parking lot or whatever where it was public. But the fact remains that you were on private property. And so, yeah, they arrested you. Now, I don't know if they're going to ultimately end up charge these people with a crime. In my opinion, they should. Because at some point, people like this, they do have to learn that they shouldn't be allowed to do this. Now, Alina Habba was on Fox News. Now, if you don't know Alina Habba, she is the U.S. attorney for the state of New Jersey, and she was on Fox News during the aftermath, and this is what she had to say.
There is a problem in this country with breaking the law for the purpose of grandstanding and political hierarchy. That will not stand in my state. That will not stand in this country. Pam Bondi has been very clear of it. If you want to take taxpayer dollars and fly to Venezuela or wherever and meet with MS-13 gang members and use your name to encourage criminals in this country, that will not work here. Yep. It's very simple. My job as U.S. Attorney in New Jersey is to protect the New Jersey citizens, to prosecute them, and to run the feds. And that is what we're doing.
Yeah, and she's absolutely right. And I played you the audio earlier of Martha McCallum, and there are apparently dozens of really, really, really bad guys at this detention center in New Jersey, including a whole bunch of gang members. Alina Habba says that the mayor of Newark, he did show up and he did get arrested, and he should have been arrested. This is part of what she had to say.
When the mayor decides to break the law, when congressmen sneak through gates, there's a problem with that. The truth of the matter is this. We have zero tolerance. As one of my very favorite attorney generals said, no one is above the law. And that is the truth. Mm-hmm. No one is above the law. But I will tell you one difference between this current administration and the DOJ is we're going to prosecute criminals that are hurting our country, hurting our states. I am very much on board with that in a very much unpolitical way. Mm-hmm. I don't care who you are. If you do it, we will come after you. And it is very simple. The mayor was asked to be removed. He was asked several times. He chose not to. And now we are in the current circumstance, which is unfortunate. So
we'll have to see ultimately what happens. Have you seen anything, Joan, as far as an update on whether or not they're actually going to press charges?
The New York Post says it will happen. Let me see.
Because that's what they want, right? You know that they actually want charges pressed because They see themselves as martyrs and victims.
Well, this Ras Baraka,
Yes.
is the mayor of Newark. He wants to be the governor of New Jersey. So this is exactly what he wanted to raise his profile.
Absolutely.
Nobody talked about him before until yesterday. Nobody knew his name.
Or how to pronounce it.
Right,
I heard
exactly.
like 15 different pronunciations. Joan, there is something big going on westbound 40, so we got to check the roads on WTN. As far as your weather today, it looks like we've got a high of 75. Thunderstorms as well. And I believe it is or was raining here near the naked statues and Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So it's going to be thunderstorming off and on all day long.
Should we put on WTN T-shirts on those statues?
Oh,
Promote
my God.
the show?
What a brilliant idea.
Or maybe get some umbrellas with our logo on it.
No.
No?
Here's what we need to do.
Uh-huh.
We need to get like big WTN underwear and put it on the naked
like that.
statues.
Yeah.
How are we gonna put it on their legs?
It's got to be like really, well, it's got to have Velcro.
Oh, I got you.
So,
yeah.
Right? Velcro over the, I mean, I've seen those statues.
Should we have the host faces on there too?
Preferably not.
Probably not.
Yeah.
That'd be funny.
But I think that it should have like, the WTN logo on the front, on the back, like Nashville's Morning News.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be funny?
Oh, yeah.
Right?
One has Nashville Morning News, one has like Matt Murphy's show, one has Chris Hand's show. So we promote all the shows.
Or we could just do Nashville's Morning News.
All right, you can be selfish about it.
That's okay. I'm selfish.
It was your idea. Why should you involve everybody?
Can I just be honest? This ain't going to happen because we don't have any money.
Right.
You know what I had to do?
A man can dream.
I had to buy 50 pens over the weekend, Joan.
Yeah.
Because I can never find pens in this place. So
How much was it?
Like $25
For 50?
Like that.
That's not a bad deal.
Well, in any event.
I buy the dish soap that's in the kitchen. So, amazing.
So anyway, it's a pipe dream. We're not going to get. Can you imagine? Oh my gosh, that would be a great bit.
Oh.
Put like a hidden microphone on me and like a hidden camera, like James O'Keefe does, and go down into the general manager's office and say, "I've got this great idea.
Oh my God.
I want to put Nashville's Morning News underwear on the naked statues."
It's just a face palm by the GM.
Can you imagine going down and asking for that? Oh, that would be so funny.
I like the idea of the hidden microphone and camera.
I think you would be the only one. I'm pretty sure they wouldn't find that funny downstairs.
They would not, no. They don't find anything funny down there.
Oh, you know what? I will give the company props. I will give the general manager props because she actually has a really good sense of humor. She's actually said to me on occasion that, she finds things funny that I say. The problem is it's usually in my monologues when I'm not trying to be funny.
When you're not,
When you're trying to be serious.
Way to go, Dan.
I know, right? Whatever. I wonder how much that would cost, though.
People in the chat are saying WTN loincloths, WTN diapers.
Oh, my goodness.
Loincloths. Yes.
Has no radio show done? I should be quiet because if we actually had them, how much does it cost?
Should we cut this from the show?
I want to know how much it would cost to make WTN loincloths, and then we would put them on the naked statues. I don't know. I wonder how much that would cost. And here's the deal. If I paid for it myself, would I get in trouble? That's the big thing.
I don't think you would because it's not out of their budget.
No, but I'm using the company logo.
But it's publicity.
Super Talk 99.7. There's some publicity that the company frowns upon. I'm just going to tell you that right now.
I thought there was no such thing as bad
Listen,
publicity.
suppose we don't use the logo and just say, listen to 99.7 Listen to 99.7
Yes.
at this time in the morning.
Sure. We could do that.
Well, yeah.
We could.
Could we be in less
Some
trouble?
people are offering to donate for that.
Would they donate? Or people are offering to donate? Thank you. People are so sweet. Yeah, you know what the sad thing is? We actually have people. Matt Murphy made this joke the other day. It's an observation that we don't have any budget. I'm not criticizing. I'm not bashing the company. But we don't have any budget, and so people are actually giving us things like shirts. Like my friend Samuel, he made some really cool shirts for me, and for us. He made one for Weaver. He made one for Johnny B. He made one for me. And they're really cool. But it's a sad state of affairs when the listeners have to give us stuff.
You know how we can get this to work?
You know what I mean?
We can get this to work if we get a sponsor on it. If we get a sponsor on it, we could probably make this work.
You know what? Which sponsor do you think would want to sponsor putting a loincloth on the naked statues at, I don't know.
Mark Spain seems like he'd be down for it.
Pretty certain not. It would have to be one of those local. Do you know who I bet you would do it? I don't want to. I think DT McCall's would do it.
Oh, yeah. They're game for a lot.
Listen, I love AJ McCall. That dude is a rabble rouser. So
there you go.
Yeah.
The Safe House.
The Safe House?
Yeah.
Sure. He would absolutely.
He would absolutely be down for that.
All right, very good. We got to go. This is all a pipe dream.
A man can dream.
A man dare to dream. I would love to do that. All right, it is 7:21 on Nashville's Morning News. We actually have a lot of news going on, and we were talking earlier about the heft of that LaMonica MacGyver, Joan.
Yes.
And, we did have an earthquake over the weekend here in Tennessee. I'm wondering if she was visiting the volunteer state.
Could have been. Could have been.
Where was I don't remember this. When was this?
We had an earthquake out east.
Oh.
Yeah.
Near Knoxville.
Yeah,
You didn't know this?
Knoxville.
I've been doing
I
it in
was
the
not
news. You're
aware.
not listening.
That's all right. Sorry, you didn't have to listen. He's only the producer. You don't have to listen, right? Just you know what with KGB, just when the talking stops, hit the next button. 7:22 on Nashville's Morning News. Joan Jones has the news. Hey, Joan.
Big American company has just announced a huge investment in their company here in the United States. Yep. Another Trump effect. We've got those details coming up here at 7:30, and a big-time road closure, too. Coming up at 7:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
$7:23, Dan Mandis here. Listen, I've got great news. Renstall is now open. This is very exciting. So if you own a BMW, an Audi, Mercedes-Benz, Porsche, any other European car, Renstall is here for you. They are brand new. If you go over to their garage this morning, it's got that new garage smell. Now, they offer the best technicians, the latest and greatest diagnostic equipment. They are dedicated to customer service at Renstall. This is dealer-level service, but family-level care and honest pricing. Not a corporate mindset like some of these other places. Just a family business helping out our neighbors and friends by delivering honesty, respect, and, yes, exceptional service. So if you need maintenance done, if you think you need a repair done, go to my friends at Renstall. They are conveniently located across the street from the Academy of Country Music and Live Nation, 2 minutes from downtown and 5 minutes from Music Row. Check out their website, itrustmymechanic.com. Now, how do I know that they are hyper-focused on customer service? Because they proudly offer the Heroes Service Discount. This tells you what kind of people these are. Veterans, active duty military, first responders, emergency medical personnel, all get a 10% discount on repairs. They also, at Renstall, offer complimentary shuttle service and free Uber rides, too. Immediate appointments and a very quick turnaround. They are honest. itrustmymechanic.com. Find them online. Call them. Make an appointment. Be sure and tell them Dan told you to reach out. 615-777-7100. 615-777-7100 for Renstall. $7:25, Nashville's Morning News. Listen, guys, if you're over 40 and you're running low on energy or you're just feeling off, lowtcenter.com is where you need to go. Get started with testosterone replacement therapy, or TRT. and join lots of guys who are going through the same thing as you, the Low T Center. Now, you know that they've got clinics all over Nashville, and they're really easy to get to. You walk in, you see a real medical provider, and you get that energy back. No complicated process, just results. And remember, these treatment plans, they are tailor-made just for you. And you can get treatments at the clinic or you can be treated at home. But either way, you're always going to get the highest quality of care at the Low T Center. Find them online, lowtcenter.com. That's lowtcenter.com. $7:29, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Joan, what in the world is going on westbound 40? It is insane. Like, people are texting in, they're not moving and so forth.
Yeah. It's
What is
40
happening?
westbound off-ramp to Linwood Road, exit 245. They're saying this is going to be closed indefinitely, so this must be some accident. So it's in Tucker's Crossroads, Wilson County, the off-ramp, I-40 westbound to Linwood Road, shut down. And, of course, that's going to back up. You know, onto the roadway, onto 40 as well.
People, they say they're not moving. We'll keep you updated with traffic reports every 10 minutes here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. By the way, the Democrats' useful idiot, Dan Goldman, is on CNN complaining about Donald Trump. Sources saying he will accept that luxury jet from Qatar to use as Air Force One. Got all kinds of news straight ahead, including a big deal with the United States and China. That is straight ahead on WTN.
Good morning, 7:30. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. And yes, once again, 40 the westbound lanes. The off-ramp to Linwood, exit 245, is blocked off and could be closed indefinitely, is what they're saying. I'm not sure what type of accident this is and why they're saying indefinitely, but we do know that it's going to be closed for an extended period, and that traffic is backing up on 40 westbound. Careful as you go this morning. Tensions are easing between the U.S. and China as a deal is made to cut tariffs. This is a temporary agreement to slash tariffs on both sides for 90 days while a permanent trade deal is reached. Now, both countries have agreed to cut reciprocal tariffs by 115% during that 90-day period. It brings U.S. tariffs on Chinese goods down to 30% and Chinese tariffs on U.S. imports to 10%. This deal begins on Wednesday. A woman's body has been found in a wildlife management area in Henry County.
Police in the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation are searching for her killer. Police are telling us that Christiana Shook Livingston was found in the parking lot of a Gin Creek that's Waste Management, on Saturday morning.
Channel 4's Alexandria Adams. That woman's body, her last known address was in Murfreesboro. President Trump plans to sign an executive order this morning to introduce what he calls a most favored nation pricing model to prescription drugs. It means that big pharma companies will have to charge the same price in the U.S. as it does in other countries. He expects the price of prescriptions to drop by between 30 and 80% immediately. And Anheuser-Busch has announced it's investing $300 million to bolster manufacturing jobs across the U.S., while also supporting veterans who are pursuing such jobs. It's the latest effort for the company, which has invested $2 billion over the past 5 years in its U.S. operations. This is just one of many companies that have announced plans to increase their investment in the U.S. Stock futures this morning charging much higher after that deal with China. The Dow futures are now up 1,082 points. The Nasdaq futures gaining 805, and the S&P futures are up 177. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. 7:32, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk. Dan Mandis here, and I want to talk to you about something that is truly life-changing: vision correction surgery at Vision for Life. Now, like many of you, I've thought all vision surgeries were the same. I believed everything was just LASIK. Had no idea. After doing my research, I learned that Vision for Life, they offer a variety of advanced procedures tailored to each individual patient's needs. Dr. Horn at Vision for Life, he's my guy. He doesn't just restore your vision, but he also restores your confidence and your freedom from glasses and contacts and, yes, those pesky struggles like driving at night or reading small print. Now, I have taken the life-changing step because Vision for Life made the process simple and clear, answering all my questions and matching me with the perfect procedure. This was months ago. These days, I feel great. Vision for Life, it is a great facility, and Dr. Horn is an outstanding doctor. Call them if you've been thinking about this too. My only regret is that I didn't do it sooner. 615-436-2020, 615-436-2020. Find them online anytime. Check them out. Drop my name, visionforlife.com. Dan Mandis here Monday on Nashville's Morning News. History had the gold rush, the oil boom, and the tech boom. But right now it is the Wi-Fi boom. And the Xfinity Wi-Fi is booming. Streaming, it's booming. Gaming, booming. Video calls, yes, you guessed it, booming. Even when your boss schedules a meeting that definitely could have and an email. And right now, you can get Xfinity Internet and mobile together in one all-in plan. It is the ultimate power couple. Wi-Fi Power Boost from Xfinity Mobile gives you faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds at home and on the go. So your Wi-Fi is booming wherever you are. And right now, through June 23rd, new customers can get 400 megabit Xfinity Internet with free equipment and unlimited internet data, and also get one unlimited 5G mobile line included, all in one plan, all for just $40 a month for a year. So whether you're working, watching, or planning for Wi-Fi Gold, one thing is for sure, Xfinity Wi-Fi is booming. Find them online. Visit Xfinity.com to learn more. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes, fees extra. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabyte of data usage. Data thresholds vary. After 1 year, rates increases to $110 a month. After 2 years, regular rates apply to all services. Up to $143 a month. Actual speeds vary.
Okay, so it's 40 westbound this morning that is a mess, and it's because the off-ramp to Linwood Road, exit 245, is closed off, and it's closed indefinitely for this crash. So what you have is a big old mess this morning, and it's detoured. It's not detoured. I wish it was detoured. It's backed up all the way to the exit for Alexandria Highway. Now, you can get off at Alexandria Highway and take that to Route 70 to get around it, back up onto 40. That's a long detour, and that may take you a while, but they're saying the traffic is really backed up in that area. Berry Hill, Thompson Lane at Bransford Avenue. There's a crash involving injuries there. In Antioch, it's Hobson Pike at Murfreesboro Pike where there is a crash this morning, and Germantown on Jefferson Street near Rosa L. Parks Boulevard. That also the scene of a crash. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
$7:37, Nashville's Morning News. A great suggestion by a super texter, Joan, on our underpants or fig leaves for the nation, for the statues, the naked statues.
People? Mm-hmm.
If you want to put on some sort of, some sort of underpants or whatever for the statues, just have them say WTN socks. Because if you do that, then we're in the clear.
Yeah.
Then you know what? We hire some homeless guy to go and put the underpants on.
Uh-huh.
Not a problem. Or we get an intern.
This is the content.
Oh, yeah. This is what interns do.
Or like an unofficial intern. You know what I mean?
This is the content of Nashville's Morning News.
Or we find just a listener that already has a record and they don't care.
Good Lord.
And so they'll just, go ahead and do it for us. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Take one for the team, people.
And Murphy's all in. He got me he sent me a text and he said, "Oh yeah, let's do it."
He's in. Good.
He's in. So I don't know how many naked statues there are here in Nashville at that.
This all started by me just saying, let's just put a T-shirt on them, and this has escalated.
Well, listen, I'm just telling you, those statues make all of us look bad. Moving right along.
Ooh.
So
I shot right at the artist.
Moving right along. Okay, so we've got a lot of big news today. So number one, we have reached a deal with China, at least for 90 days. This is a very big deal, and Joan has been reporting it. I've been reporting it as well. I mean, Trump has gotten a lot done. First of all, the China-U.S. agreement, 90-day pause. Both sides are lowering the tariffs by 115%. This means that the U.S. will lower tariffs on Chinese goods from 145% to 30%. China will reduce their tariff from 125% to 10%. And the futures, man, they are going crazy. Are they still over 1,000 on the Dow, Joan?
Checking right now. Yeah. Oh, wow. Up 1125.
Okay.
Getting better by the moment as it gets closer to the opening bell, which is almost an hour.
Now, I have not been watching the CNN. I've got CNN on here in the studio. I have not watching what they're saying about all of this, but this is clearly good news. And if this ends up being even better, and I was musing on this earlier, I really hope that when all of this is said and done, that the market ends up, and it could, the market ends up in a better place than it did before. Can you imagine this scenario? And I want to just paint this. Can you imagine a scenario where we have a far better trade balance with these nations across the world, including and especially China? That's number one. Number two, can you imagine a scenario where not only do we have a better trade balance, but we also have all of these countries and all of these companies that will be moving companies into and manufacturing into America as well, creating all of these jobs. That is also something that hopefully will continue. Number three, and we'll have to see where this goes, but the extending of the Trump tax cuts. We'll have to wait and see. That I have absolutely no faith in Congress whatsoever. We'll have to see where that goes. I didn't see anything about Trump's thoughts about over the weekend, and I haven't seen anything this morning. Remember on Friday, there was that story where the president was thinking about, according to sources, raising the taxes on people who make, what was it, $2.5 million or over?
Correct.
Which I didn't like because I thought that it was a bait and switch, and I don't think that you penalize success. But all in all, I think that Trump is having a very, very good hair day, if you will. He also, just naming a few things, India and Pakistan, word is that he had a hand in negotiating that peace settlement there, where you've got two nuclear nations, and they were going back and forth. We talked about it a lot on Thursday and Friday, and the worry was that this could literally go nuclear. And President Trump, apparently, according to the president, India and Pakistan, he got in there, and his administration helped to negotiate peace. So that is going on as well. Big executive order is going to be signed to reduce the pharmaceuticals cost. We talked about that earlier. I did a bit of a deep dive into that as well, and told you a little bit about why it is that we pay so much more in pharmaceuticals here in America. Of course, he also deported more illegal aliens. Oh, somebody sent me a note on the super text line. I don't know if you saw it, Joan.
What is it?
But somebody who works in Nashville at, I guess it's like a Mexican food restaurant.
Mm-hmm.
And he said that nobody's showing up to work. It's what he says. I don't know if it's true, but he says the bus boys and so forth, they're not showing up to work because they're holed in their homes because they're afraid that, Tom Homan is going to come pick them up at work. I don't know if that's true or not, but that's what his super texter said. That does jibe with something that we talked about last week, where some businesses that do rely on apparently illegal immigration, maybe legal migration, I don't know, but they rely on those kind of folks to help out, and now they're not showing up. I don't know if that's true or not, but that's what people are saying.
That reflects what Channel 4 has been saying.
Yep.
That some of these businesses, their people aren't coming, and the members of the community that would normally come out for food are not showing up at the restaurant to buy anything either. Also this morning, Channel 4 is saying that the soccer club, the local soccer club, I don't know the name.
You're talking about the soccer team?
The soccer team.
That plays at Giotis Park?
Yes.
All right. What's the name of that soccer team? KGB?
You would know KGB.
Jump in here anytime.
I'm not a soccer guy.
Oh, okay.
Well, they're saying that the people aren't coming out to watch the games either because they're afraid of being arrested.
You know, it's so funny. I was thinking actually of going to a game. So apparently there are now tickets available.
You'll get good seats.
There you go. I'll get good seats. Anyway, whatever.
Nashville SC? Is that what we're talking about?
The Nashville SC. That is exactly who they are. So
that's what I had to look it up just because I wanted to get it right because MLS is big. I didn't realize how big it was.
Oh, it's huge here. I mean, not at my house, but yeah, a lot of people like Major League Soccer. So there you go. In a much anticipated Truth Social post on Sunday, Trump says for many years the world has wondered why prescription drugs and pharmaceuticals in the United States of America were so much higher in price than they were in any other nation. And with that, the president said he is going to sign an executive order that'll lower drug prices by 50 to 80%. We'll get into that and a whole lot more straight ahead. 7:45. Time to check the roads on WTN. As far as your weather for today, a lot of rain. We had some rain earlier. I believe it is still raining in some parts of Middle Tennessee. We do have a high of 75 and thunderstorms off and on this morning. Appreciate you listening. So this is a very big deal. If the president can count on Congress to get this done. But one of the things the president has always said, and this was a very big deal in his first administration, why is it that the American people pay so much more for our pharmaceuticals than in other nations? And he talked about that last night. He says that it is always difficult to explain why the American people have been paying 5 to 10 times more than citizens of other nations for the same exact drugs, manufactured in the exact same laboratory or plant by the same company. He says the pharmaceutical companies would say for years that it was for research and development, and that all of these costs were and would be for no reason, the president says, whatsoever, borne by the suckers of America alone. Trump went on to accuse the Democrats of striking deals with pharmaceutical companies in exchange for campaign contributions, but insisted not with me and not with the Republican Party. I will disagree with the president on that. This has been a problem for years and with both sides of the aisle. Now, here in the next hour or so, the president is going to be signing that executive order. But why exactly is it that the American people do pay so much more for drugs? And it is true. And I did go through some of this earlier. Insulin. In the U.S., it can cost around $400 without insurance. In Canada, that same drug is $50, $30 in Europe. So we pay $400, Europe pays $30. EpiPen, a two-pack in America, $700. In France, it is $85. In the UK, $70. There is a hepatitis C drug treatment called Harvoni. Listen to this. This is insanity. $94,000 for a 12-week course here in America. In India, less than $1,000. In Australia, it's $20,000. And one particular cancer drug called Gleevec, $120,000 per year in America. So only, I'm putting that in air quotes, only $30,000 in Australia. In India, less than $2,500 per year. Now, why are drugs so much higher in America? I'm going to tell you some of this stuff, and part of it is because we are all about the free market, right? No government price controls. This means the pharmaceutical companies has been jacking up those prices. And so that is where you are going to get some pushback from Republicans, is they will say, well, we're all about the free market. We're not about governmental price controls. And in the meantime, they're more than likely getting all kinds of donations from the pharmaceutical companies. Now, again, and I explained this earlier, we don't negotiate necessarily as a government. Private insurance companies negotiate individually, which means they have less leverage. Apparently, it's the same with Medicare and so forth, is that we don't negotiate with the whole of the American population. It's fragmented. The private insurance companies do the negotiations, and so we don't have the leverage of, millions and millions of people across America. We also don't have immediate access to those generic drugs. Remember that our generic drugs mainly come from, say it with me, India. We have policies that actually extend the periods that drugs can be exclusively used in America. Not the generic drugs, but the actual drugs. So in India, generic drugs, because a lot of these are developed in India, can be used almost immediately, but not in America. That is a giveaway to the damn pharmaceutical companies. And of course, don't get me started on the lobbying. They spend, the pharmaceutical companies, $300 million on lobbying. So that is also a big part of all of this. So, I mean, it's really complicated. And I think I touched on just some of the high points or the low points. The pharmaceutical companies have also been accused of collusion for years. There is no real competition. And also remember the revolving door between the FDA and Big Pharma. You've got the FDA and the folks who work with the FDA directly with Big Pharma, and you've got a revolving door where you work for the FDA, and then you want to earn some real bucks, and you want to go work for Big Pharma. Well, then when you're with the FDA, you've got to make sure that you play ball with Big Pharma so you can get that really big, good-paying Big Pharma job. So there's all kinds of things at play here. You know what I'm curious about? I'm curious about, we've got all of these deals that are going on right now with China, for example. We're also negotiating with India right now. Most of our drugs come from China or India, generic or otherwise. We have a lot of drugs that come from those two nations. So as we are negotiating with these two countries, I'm curious as to somehow they'll weave the prices for generics and also the actual drugs and the ingredients. Will they weave that into these negotiations? That'll be really interesting to see. By the way, you can expect lawsuits from the pharmaceutical companies. Of course, when Trump did this the first time, and it was during his first administration, and this is where I'm going to criticize the president, it was at the tail end of his first administration. He tried to do something very similar, and Biden didn't pick it up. It got blocked in the courts, and then Biden didn't pick it up, and basically what Trump wanted to do evaporated. To the president's credit, he is now doing this 4 months in, so he's got 3 years and 8 months to battle all of the lawsuits that are no doubt going to happen because of what the president wants to do, which is, again, utilize executive orders to lower our drug prices by 50 to 80%. And again, it'll be mainly the drugs that are covered by Medicare. So we'll continue to watch that. We don't know any of the details as of yet, but that is the groundbreaking, earth-shaking executive order that the president was talking about last week, where he said it had nothing to do with trade, but it is surely going to help the American people. So we'll have to see all the details when it finally comes out here in the next hour or so. It is 7:53 on Nashville's Morning News. Joan Jones is in the WTN newsroom. Joan, what's coming up at 8?
Well, we'll tell you what to expect as the Sean Combs sex trafficking trial gets underway today. Also, there could be more arrests after that serious confrontation at a Newark, New Jersey ICE facility. Those stories coming up here at 8 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
$7:53, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. All right, listen, you've got to put this date aside if you are a fan of the Second Amendment and you need some guns, maybe you need some bullets, maybe you have some guns that you want to pimp out a little bit. Saturday, May 31st, it is the Glock Store's 5th annual open house. Murphy Show is going to be there, and KGB is going to be filling in for me. Turns out I'm going to be on not a Disney cruise, and so KGB is going to fill in for me. Really looking forward to next year when I'll go, but I have been to the previous 4, and these annual open houses from the Glock Store, they are incredible. What they do is they throw open the doors and they welcome all of Nashville to come in and join the fun. They also invite in a whole bunch of vendors as well. Now, the open house, they are famous for their incredible raffles, and they'll be going on all day long, giving you the best chance to win some really great gear, including a custom Glock handgun. How about some Burrow bullets? Now, they've got deals really good, including on Burrow bullets. It's the Burrow Bullet Blowout, 9mm and .223 in 1,000-round tac packs, and in a Burrow Bullet ammo box. You're not going to believe the price. We can't even say it on the radio. But check them out. It is going to be on Saturday, May 31st, the Glock Store's 5th annual open house. You want to check them out online. You've got 2 convenient websites, shoot270.com and glockstore.com. Always mention me, Dan Mandis, when you check them out and when you stop by the Glock Store. 7:57, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you. A lot of people very passionate about this whole thing with lowering prescription drugs. One guy says, my cancer treatment was $150,000 per, and he took 24. I'll let you do the math. That's $22.51. Hope you're okay. And basically what happens is you've got the other nations in Europe and so forth, and they will, if they've got like socialized medicine, Canada, so forth. And so if they've got socialized medicine, part of what they do is they will, and I don't pretend to be an expert, but I've done a lot of reading on this and a lot of interviews, is they will negotiate as a nation. And as I just explained in the previous monologue, you have here in this country, you do have the insurance companies who negotiate. So here in America, we are fragmented, but it does seem to me like that is a good excuse. That is a good excuse. And other people say, and I like this comment, because I said that one of the things that Republicans will say and conservatives say is, well, you can't have government price controls because that is not part of conservatism. We're all about free market. Well, a lot of people are saying, yeah, but free market doesn't mean exploitation, which, I mean, I think there's a lot of people that would say that, yeah, when you look at how much we are paying as opposed to what other nations are paying, I get the whole free market thing. This is something that the conservatives are going to have to figure out. But I like what Donald Trump is doing. I do. I mean, I got to tell you, and I know that you folks know that, and everyone is telling me, look up this drug, look up that drug, and how more expensive it is here than in other countries. You're absolutely right. I mean, absolutely right. I don't know. You think that ought to be a new, you think that should be our new Daily Dan poll for the 8 o'clock hour, KGB? Maybe we'll go ahead and change it now. Our poll right now is, do you approve of the president accepting that new Air Force One from Qatar? And it was right there, 50-50. That's in the news today. We went over that earlier. Where are we with the current poll?
59 no to 41 yes.
All right, so let's go ahead and call that poll. WTN Nation says no, the president should not accept that gift from Qatar. So now let's do the new one, which would have to do with President Trump signing an executive order to lower these drug costs. Do you approve of that? Yes or no? And we'll have to work in somehow, word it, so that it makes sense. But, is it part of conservative values? This would be drug pricing and drug controls and all that, the government pricing and all of that. So there's a lot here. We'll continue to cover that and a whole lot more straight ahead. It is Nashville's Morning News on WTN.
Good morning. It's 8 o'clock. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. An update here that problem that we had on 40 westbound at Linwood, exit 245, that's gone. Quick work on the part of the crews there that cleared that accident out really quickly this morning. We'll have more in traffic right after the news. Opening statements expected today in New York in the sex trafficking trial of Sean Combs. It could send him to prison for decades.
The 12 people who will decide whether he's guilty are expected to be seated first thing Monday after lawyers make cuts from a pool of more than 40 prospective jurors. Once the jury is sworn, attorneys will deliver opening statements and the first witnesses will testify. Among them, Combs' ex-girlfriend, Cassie Ventura, one of the women federal prosecutors say was coerced into drugged-up sex marathons known as freak-offs. Allegations Combs denies.
That's ABC's Aaron Katursky. 2 people were killed last night in a crash involving a motorcycle and a truck in Hopkinsville. Police are saying it happened on Russellville Road about 5:30 last night. The driver of that truck was attempting to make a turn when he collided with the motorcycle traveling in the opposite direction. It was carrying a man and a woman. They both died at the scene. A baseball star has been forced to make a plea for his family's safety. Here's ABC's Alex Perche.
In what was supposed to be a triumphant return to Major League Baseball, Houston Astros pitcher Lance McCullers is instead making a plea for his family's safety.
Threatening to, find them or next time they see us in public, they're going to stab my kids to death. Things like that is tough to hear.
Visibly shaken, McCullers says his two young daughters received online death threats after he allowed 7 runs in the first inning of the game against Cincinnati Saturday night.
Both the MLB and Houston police say they're investigating those death threats. And 3 New Jersey Congress members, all Democrats, could be arrested as early as today after a protest at an ICE facility in Newark on Saturday. Now, reports say Bonnie Watson Coleman, Rob Menendez, and LaMonica McIver waited until a bus carrying illegal immigrants arrived at that facility and then followed it through the gates. They were joined by Newark Mayor Ross Baraka, who was arrested for trespassing. And that's when the 3 Democrats allegedly body slammed ICE officers in an attempt to stop the arrest. That's how it sounded. The Trump administration says it is using that video of the confrontation to prepare arrest warrants for those 3 Congress members. Market numbers now brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Check this out. We've got about 27 minutes to go before the opening bell, and the Dow futures are up 1,078 points right now. That is the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Once again, that crash on 40 westbound lanes right near Linwood, exit 245, that's been cleared away. And the delays behind it also cleared away. So good work there. Talbot's Corner on 65 in the southbound side at the off-ramp to the I-65 North Loop. There is a crash and the off-ramp right lane is blocked off. Thompson Lane and Berry Hill, there's a crash involving injuries at Bransford Avenue. And then you've got a crash as well, Elm Hill Pike, east of Massman Drive. And also Fessler's Lane, south of I-40, there's an accident scene as well. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
8:07, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. 8:07. Hope you are doing well. All right, so the big news of the day, of course, I believe there's so many stories out there. I mean, the winning is just all over the place, Joan. This is Scott Bessent, and this is how, as we await Donald Trump and his much-awaited press conference, the president, of course, there's a couple of stories that are out there. Number one, he is going to sign an executive order to lower prescription drug prices. I just went through that. Also, we have brokered a deal. The president has brokered a deal with China to have a 90-day pause on the tariffs. This is Scott Bessent and what he had to say about the deal.
We have reached an agreement on a 90-day pause and substantially moved down the tariff levels. Both sides on the reciprocal tariffs will move their tariffs down 115%. We had very robust discussions. Both sides showed great respect. It was a chance for me to meet the Chinese delegation. The vice premier I had previously had only a video call with. Ambassador Jameson was familiar with two of the other leaders on the delegation from his previous time. Mm-hmm. So there was very good personal interaction. Both countries represented their national interests very well. We concluded that we have shared interest, and we both have an interest in balanced trade.
And there you go, Scott Bessent. And apparently he was on with Joe Scarborough. I haven't previewed this audio yet, Joan. Should I go and play what?
Ooh, it's always touchy that you could do that. But yeah, go for it.
It is, because you never know when Scarborough is going to throw down the F-bomb.
Yes, he's fond of that.
I think we're okay with Bessent. I'm pretty sure that he will. Yeah. Even though he's allowed on cable television.
That's true.
They get to have all the fun over there. We don't get to curse. But anyway.
CNN and fun. That's funny.
Anyway,
get the dump button ready, KGB.
Yes, and this is actually MSNBC and Scott Bessent with Joe Scarborough.
Well, Joe, this is going to go where the president wants it to go. I was in touch with him over the weekend, and he wants free trade, free and fair trade. We've had free trade, and as you said, that has not worked for the American people. There's something called the China shock, which has gutted our manufacturing sector, and China has a different form of government for us. They have a different economic model where they subsidize labor, they subsidize capital goods, and they have exported that to us and the rest of the world. We have put up tariffs to push back on that, so it will be a matter of what is the equilibrium level on tariffs, and also getting China to open their markets for American companies. Because China actually has a low tariff regime, but it is the non-tariff trade barriers that can be the most difficult to overcome. So we will be focusing on the non-tariff trade barriers and the subsidies.
Yeah, that's like the non-tariff trade barriers. It's like all the regulations and all that kind of stuff. So there is, and Scarborough just looks like a deer in the headlights with this. But this is great news. Both sides are lowering their tariff rate 115%. So that means, and we've been talking about this all morning long if you're just joining us, that means that the U.S. is going to lower tariffs on Chinese goods from 145% to 30%. China will reduce their tariffs from 125% to 10%. By the way, you'll notice, Joan, who's got the better rate?
Oh, yes.
For us,
oh, yes,
it's 10%. And for China coming into our country, it is 30%.
It makes me wonder, too, with that deal, and even though it's temporary, how much it will force other countries to come to the table.
Yeah.
Because they realize, hey, if China concedes that much.
Yep.
Imagine what the administration will do to us if we don't pony up now.
Well, I love because, people were sort of like poo-pooing the UK deal. The UK deal, the more you look at it, the more it's a really good deal. We are there, and I don't want to do a whole thing on it now, but with the UK deal, it's more than just, percentage of tariffs. What it does is it opens up all these markets in the UK that either were not open to us before or the tariff was really high, and now the tariffs are a lot lower. So this is a very big deal, what the president is doing. And I spoke earlier about how the president, I got to tell you, and I don't know where the market it's going to open up here in 17 minutes or so, but I don't know where the futures are right now. But you want to talk about the president who just has steel spine. I'll say that, steel spine, where he didn't care what was happening with the markets. He didn't care about the polling. He didn't care about any of that. He was bound and determined to help the American people and help America get better trade deals. And he absolutely believed in this. And now we will have better trade deals. Now realize that this is only a 90-day pause. So we'll have to see where it goes from here. But obviously, if this is where China ended up, then yeah, this is a very big deal. And this is something that will help ultimately the American people in the long run. Obviously, we'll have to wait and see where they land. But right now, with 15 minutes to go, Joan, if I may ask, where are the futures?
Okay, let me check that out. We are. The Dow is up 1,048 points. NASDAQ is up 787. And the S&P futures are up 171.
All right. Very good.
Pretty good.
It is 8:15, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. By the way, the Super Text line is open at 615-737-9986, 615-737 WWTN. The Daily Dan poll, we have changed it here for the 8 o'clock hour. Watch us on YouTube. And KGB, if I may ask, how did we ultimately end up framing the Daily Dan poll question for the 8 o'clock hour?
Yeah. Do you approve President Trump's attempt of controlling drug costs? And it's 100% yes.
It is 100% yes.
You went from a 50-50 to 100%.
Okay, very good. Well, because again, and I went through this during the first hour, I should say during the end of the last hour, I think, where you got a lot of conservatives who are saying, oh, but government price controls never work. I think the American people and Republicans and conservatives, I think that they are at the point now where anything to lower those costs is something that we really do need to look at because, free market, which is what I was talking about, free market doesn't necessarily mean, obviously, price gouging. And if President Trump sees price gouging going on, then you know what he's going to do? He's going to try to do something to stop it. And I don't know how serious of an attempt he made in his first administration, because when he tried to do this, he was on his way. It was like toward the tail end of his administration. This time, it is 3 months or so in, and we've got 3.5 years to battle the pharmaceutical companies to get those prices down. President Trump is going to ultimately need congressional help and congressional approval. I cannot wait for the Democrats and some of these Republicans to come up and start saying, oh, no, we like the high pharmaceutical prices. We love that, because they're against everything that Donald Trump stands for. So go ahead, Democrats, and root for high pharmaceutical costs and, drug dealing, murderous, illegal aliens coming across our southern border and all the other things that Donald Trump is against. That the Democrats are going to come up against Donald Trump on all of these because they just love to be on the wrong side of these issues. It is 8:16, time to check the roads on WTN. As far as your weather today, it's a brief pause in the weather here in Nashville. High of 75 today, though, with thunderstorms Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News. All right, so I just found a piece of audio. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent just revealed that the Chinese said during their closed-door talks that they ignored their trade commitments under Biden because they knew that he was weak. The Chinese delegation basically told us that once President Biden came into office, they just ignored their obligations, kind of like with the sanctions against Iran, right? Same thing. We had an excellent trade agreement with China, and the Biden administration chose not to enforce it. This is Scott Bessent, and I don't know where he is. He's in Geneva. I don't know. He's in Switzerland. What I don't know is what channel he is on. Oh, it looks like Bloomberg. This is Scott Bessent.
What has to happen is it has to be fair for the American people. But in January 2020, President Trump produced a template. We had an excellent trade agreement with China, and the Biden administration chose not to enforce it. The Chinese delegation basically told us that once President Biden came into office, they just ignored their obligations. So, we all already have a large framework. The other thing to remember here, Jonathan, is that this is a pause down to 10%. The April 2nd level for China is 34%. So we will be working to see where their final reciprocal number ends up. And the negotiations are a combination of tariffs, non-tariff trade barriers, currency manipulation, and subsidies of labor and capital.
Yep. So that is Scott Bessent, Treasury Secretary, and he is mired in these negotiations with China in Switzerland, and we'll continue to monitor all of these stories for you and a whole lot more, including the president having a hand in the truce between two nuclear nations, India and Pakistan, and a whole lot more. President Trump has been extraordinarily busy. It is quite the Monday here on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. 615-737-9986. The Super Text line is open and ready for your comments. Getting a lot this morning. 615-737-9986. It is 8:20 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Joan Jones has the newscast coming up at 8:30. Joan, what do we got?
Yeah, sure do. What Nashville's mayor has done to fight back against those ICE traffic stops. Also, the markets are set to open. Could be a really wild one today after that U.S. and China trade deal that Dan's been talking about. We've got more about it coming up here at 8:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Hey, Joan.
Hey, Dan.
They missed a tremendous opportunity with that promo for Chris Hand on demand.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Chris Hand on demand, that's awfully handy.
I see what you did there.
See what I did there?
I see what you did
What
there.
if they asked me to write these promos? That's probably why.
Dan, you know what you should do?
What's that?
You should stick to morning show. You do it so good.
Sure.
So good.
Whatever. 8:22, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. WTN Loan Pronto. Listen, friends, are your monthly bills keeping you up at night? If you're worried about your finances in these crazy times, look no further than Loan Pronto if you're a homeowner. Now, if you're like a lot of people, you've racked up a sizable amount on those credit cards, and the monthly payment is not making a dent in it. It is time to call Loan Pronto. If you own a home, you have a super easy way to get tens, maybe even hundreds of thousands of dollars in cash. Loan Pronto has lots of options for helping you tap into the equity in your home and get the cash you need to get back on solid footing. Now, most homeowners who do this end up wiping out all their credit card debt and cutting their monthly expenses by $1,000. Now, listen, you didn't mean to end up here, but you do have to keep trying to get out of it. And when you call my friends at Loan Pronto, they are going to help you. It's 615-499-5780. 615-499-5780. Find them online all the time at loanpronto.com. That's loanpronto.com. Equal housing lender, NMLS 166-1781. Subject to lender approval, NMLSconsumeraccess.org. Dan Mandis here for my friends at North Point Roofing. Now, what I love about these folks is that they're not some fly-by-night, here today, gone tomorrow roofers. No, they are here to fix your storm damage, and they're based in Brentwood, as a matter of fact. This is a great company with actual offices in Brentwood. They are serving all of Middle Tennessee. This is a veteran-owned and operated business that has the distinction, North Point Roofing Systems. They've got the distinction of being a GAF Master Elite Roofer. Now, GAF is the largest shingle manufacturer in the country, and they've got the best warranties as well. Now, North Point Roofers, they are specifically trained as the best roofers in the country, and only the top 1% of roofers have this added training. In other words, North Point demands and produces the best in roofing and partners with the best as well. Now, North Point Roofing also has an automatic 5-year warranty on workmanship and offers 10 and 25-year warranties as well. Now, the thing that I really love about North Point is that they offer free, get this, drone inspections. You don't have some random dude walking around on your roof. They actually use drones. It is safer. And yes, it is a more honest way to do inspections. We've seen cases, of course, where inspectors, and I'm air quoting that, where inspectors will fabricate damage or lie about damage literally to get a job. Now, with North Point, their drones don't lie, and neither do they. Now, it only takes 13 minutes to fly the drone. You're going to get a full report with 75 to 100 photos, 3D model, all measurements, you name it. They've got it in your drone report. Just honest feedback and a job well done. They work on both residential and commercial buildings. Check them out, northpointroofingsystems.com. Tell them Dan told you to reach out, northpointroofingsystems.com. 8:29. Nashville's Morning News. I'm being accused of spreading fake news.
What else is new?
Fake news.
What'd you do now, Dan?
You know, for the record, Joan had some fake news on Friday. It was
I forgot
fake
what I said.
news Joan Friday is what it was.
Well, what did I say?
I can't remember now.
What? No, what
I
did
just
you
remember
say
you
that's fake
accused
news?
yourself of being fake news.
Yeah.
It's the well. First of all, what's interesting is this text came in at 8:07, where Sean says, "Just for the record, I love the show as always, but you sound like fake news and ignorant by saying that Congresswoman body slammed people." So we were talking like it was way earlier in I think the 6 or the 7, where we're talking about these Congress people at this ICE detention facility. And we already, and by the way, Sean, I love the fact that you listen. We corrected that the media was using the term body slammed, and it was KGB who pointed out, and I said, oh yeah, because I don't watch wrestling or whatever. But body slamming is when you pick somebody up and throw them onto the ground. But what this woman did, and by the way, Joan.
Yes.
I cannot wait to play for you my new theme for the very hefty Congresswoman that was, what term did we decide to use, KGB? Not body slamming, but sort
Body
of
checking.
Body checking her way through the ICE agents at that.
Yeah.
So we're going to talk about.
She used her heft.
She used her heft. So we're going to, I have a new theme for that woman coming up next. And all the details as well, because other people are saying, how come you're not talking about that? I did. We talked about it earlier, like in a couple of segments. Anyway, got a lot more straight ahead on Super Talk, 99.7 WTN.
Good morning, 8:31 now. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Nashville Mayor Freddie O'Connell signing an executive order that's aimed at tracking and reporting those ICE traffic stops taking place in Nashville. O'Connell calling the operation a failure. But stopping the operation is not going to happen.
We are powerless. We have absolutely no authority to instruct ICE not to carry out their enforcement actions. We have no authority to tell THP they cannot cooperate.
That's Nashville's legal director, Wally Dietz. And we're hearing, too, from Metro Police Chief John Drake on the ICE detentions.
Please hear me when I say this. Immigration status is irrelevant to what we do as a police department. We rely on everyone, regardless of race, gender, ethnicity.
There have been at least 588 traffic stops and 103 people detained. Something to keep an eye on later this week. The Supreme Court hears arguments over birthright citizenship, which President Trump has proposed ending. And in the early morning hours, the U.S. and China reached an agreement to suspend most tariffs for 90 days. Under this agreement, China's imports to the U.S. are tariffed at 30%, and U.S. goods sold in China face a 10% hike.
Markets today are poised to surge higher on news of the cooling trade tensions between the U.S. and China. We've heard now from many major U.S. companies. They've all warned that tariffs make it difficult to predict the future. It makes it difficult to even conduct business because of the uncertainty that they place on the future of both consumers and the U.S. economy.
Now, ABC's News, Rebecca Jarvis there, and we've got Money News Now brought to you by Beacon Capital Management online at beaconcm.com. Well, the announcement of that pause in the trade war, the Dow Jones Industrial started off the day 977 points higher. The NASDAQ is trading 676 points higher. And the S&P 500 index had opened 152 points higher. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan Jones. 8:33 Nashville's Morning News. You know, the weather in Middle Tennessee can get crazy, which is why you need a backup home standby generator from my friends at the Generator Super Center, the nation's #1 Generac generator dealer. They can get a free quote and get peace of mind when you have one installed. Now, the Generator Super Center does feature expert installation, 24-hour monitoring as well. So when the power is out in your neighborhood, your house is going to be lights on because you bought your backup home standby generator from my friends at the Generator Super Center. Financing is available. 615-879-1952. 615-879-1952. Generator Supercenter of Nashville.com. Dan Mandis here from my carpet cleaning company, Zero Res. Now, I've been a client for years and years, and one of the big reasons is that they really do help me with my allergies. Now, carpet is the number one air filter inside your home, and so it does filter out airborne particulates, pollen, bacteria, you name it. Zero Res will filter it out. Going to filter out the bad stuff so that you can keep your filter clean. And Zero Res does this better than anyone. They don't use any harsh chemicals. They don't use any harsh soaps. Just powered water that leaves behind soft and fluffy carpets. Now remember, again, a clean filter means a healthier home. Here in allergy season, that is critical for you and your family. Now, right now, they've got a great deal. At Zero Res, they don't raise their prices, and they've got specials every single month. Right now, 2 rooms of carpets cleaned for just $109, plus you are going to get a free hallway and 25% off of area rugs. Again, 2 rooms of carpets cleaned, $109, and you get a free hallway, 25% off of area rugs as well. Restrictions may apply. Call them. Tell them Dan told you to reach out at 615-535-9376, 615-535-9376. Book online, ZeroResNashville.com.
Got a crash in Hermitage on Bell Road at Old Hickory Boulevard. Another one, 2, as a matter of fact, in Antioch. Cane Ridge Road, south of Bell Road, and then also Richards Road at Drury Drive. And in Ashland City, there's some low-hanging wires to be careful of. It's on Bear Wallow Road at Sutton Lane. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
$8:37, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Welcome into the crisscross handoff.
What's up, guys?
Hello, Chris.
How are you? You have a good weekend?
I had a great weekend. How about yours?
It was good. It was good.
Yeah?
Yeah.
What'd you do? Joan's here, by the way. Good morning, Joan.
Hello there.
We did the Murfreesboro Home Show on Saturday. It was a big to-do.
You did? Like you went to it?
Well, I was there with the station.
Oh.
And then I flew out of there at 12 on the dot to make it to a baseball game.
Very good. And how did everybody do at the baseball game?
So we had a babysitter Saturday afternoon, and my wife is in there, and I'm there. We're saying hi to the babysitter. So the babysitter says, "How'd you do?" And my son looked at her, and he goes, "Well, we lost." She's like, "I'm so sorry." He goes, "You could have a great game and still lose. It's all good." That
is true.
That's how we're moving forward from
Saturday. Is that
Saturday.
how you roll?
That's it.
It's not whether you win or lose, it's how to play the game.
Yep.
It's how you play the game. Now, does that ring true to you?
What?
It's not whether you win or lose, it's how you play the game. Because I'm going to be honest with you, there's times when I try really hard and the ratings still suck. And then there's times when I'm not really trying all that hard and the ratings are great. I don't understand.
I just want to make sure everybody has fun.
Speaking of fun.
Which is fine to a point.
What'd you get Virginia for Mother's Day?
Well, we did. I set her up a hair appointment, and we did some pots and pans, and
What do you mean you did pots and pans?
This is what was asked of me.
You got her pots and pans.
We got pots and pans. This is what was asked of me.
Okay,
Joan.
this is just as romantic as getting somebody a water pick.
You got your girl a water pick.
Yeah, I did.
But you already have one.
Well, I've got one.
All right, here you go.
Okay, so just so we're clear, in case you missed the 5:30.
You don't share this stuff?
A water pick? No.
You kiss your wife. What's the big deal about the water pick?
You know
also
what's so
known
funny?
as swapping spit. Go on.
Joan threw that logic at me in the 5, and I don't know. There's something about...
I have a water pick and would not object to Virginia using it.
Okay.
It just shoots water, right?
That's it.
That's what it does. It shoots water. You put it in your mouth and you're.
But it's Dan's water.
You can do anything, actually. You could put Hawaiian Punch in there if you felt so crazy.
Right.
Oh, that'd be fun.
Like Mr. Deeds.
I
His
bet
water
you-
fountain had
yes.
Hawaiian
I
Punch.
bet you some Southerners put beer in that thing.
They
I
might.
bet you they do.
They might.
And I mean that out of affection. Okay. Anyway, so yeah, I got her a water pick and some suntan lotion for my night at Disney cruise that is coming up.
Have you heard the thing about sunglasses?
No.
That if you wear sunglasses, you're more susceptible to be burned because your body doesn't trigger the fact that it's so bright outside. So I don't know. I don't remember all the details. But
Yesterday,
sunglasses are causing more sunburns.
Chris, yesterday I went to the pool in sunglasses and my entire body is burnt.
I'm telling you.
Can I?
There's some
I don't know if you
science
can
behind
see,
it.
but
You
my
guys-
entire half body is red.
You guys trust the science,
Go
don't
ahead,
you?
take it off, KGB.
Should I just do it?
Oh my gosh, he's really
Is
going
he-
to do it. He's doing it.
He did get. Oh my lord!
Oh,
he's
it's going
stripping.
over his head.
What in the world?
What? Oh, he's naked.
Oh my gosh.
I
didn't want to see
Wow.
KGB's nipples this morning, but here we are.
Didn't
Can you
have
turn
that
around,
on my bingo
KGB?
card.
Yeah.
And now he's flashing Joan.
Yep.
Is your camera
Well,
on?
Well,
You're-
actually, I
that'll
can
get
see
Dan
the
some
back of
views.
him.
Did you say your camera's not on?
I look at Dan some views. Turn it on.
I'm smart. I know I'm not going to give them a show, but I showed you my entire body from the chest up
I
is
love how
red.
the guy without a shirt on says, I'm not going to give you a show.
Not the audience, at least.
Hold on. Time out.
I got a show.
So you took your shirt off.
Yeah.
Okay, this is creepy and weird. So you took your shirt off knowing that I can't see you because the window has that tint
Oh, it has
to
the
it,
glare.
And
I forgot.
my back is to him.
which means that he just put on a show for you, Joan.
Well,
Bingo.
Because
well, you saw how red I was, though.
I see how red you are, but I
Yeah.
could also see where your pant line cut off.
Oh,
So you're a little-
Oh.
I have pants on, so I
I
don't
mean, yeah, but
why
his
is your-
shorts were probably higher than where his pant line is today because I can see.
And
why
why
do you wear your swimsuit so high?
Wait, what?
Do you
I
wear
don't get that
Speedos?
part. I don't wear Speedos. I wear regular shorts.
Can I ask this question? So why would you not have your camera on during this segment? Are you not part of the crew?
No, I just didn't trust the audience, the YouTube people.
Chad has headless Bell. We have shirtless Jeff.
Yeah.
People are trying to get me to show it, and I'm like, that's why.
Come on, give him a show.
No.
Lindsay says I'm looking especially bald today. Thanks, Lindsay. Appreciate
Perfect.
that.
Were you shaving on the way over?
That's what. No, I didn't. All right.
You know what? Here's a listener just sent this text in. Joan, did you notice that Chris got the heat off of him about the pots and pans? Yeah, we skimmed over that pretty quickly, didn't we, Chris?
I do what's asked of me, Joan.
By the way,
Unbelievable.
By the way, my wife has a request for next year.
What's that?
She wants me to get a vasectomy for Mother's
Why?
Day.
What?
You still haven't gotten one?
Yeah, why are you waiting that long? Things can
Usually
happen.
it's after the last kid they say snip.
I just wouldn't do it.
I don't know, man. I haven't done it yet. I'm going to. I'm going to get it done.
You've heard that they don't take, right?
That's
They
not
do.
That's not true.
There's a percentage failure rate.
Yeah, see what I'm
It's
saying?
like 97%.
There's a chance that it's not going to take. So you're going in there.
So she has an excuse not to have sex with me.
Oh,
Basically what it is.
I wasn't going to go that far.
I'm
She will.
looking for the text of her right now coming your way.
Moving right along.
It's going to be a wordy one.
Hey, did you see the whole story on enough of this? Did you see the whole story of LaMonica McIver?
Yes.
So
The Monica McIver. Like it's a new move.
she's got moves, all right.
Do the LaMonica, baby.
She's got moves. That's our
That's
new
it.
theme
I
song
love
for LaMonica McIver. Thank you, Pamela Furr, for the suggestion, by the way.
I thought your take on her was great. She should be picked up by the Titans.
That's what I said earlier.
We do have breaking news. She was offered a 6-year contract.
There you go. I said, there's apparently no truth to the rumor that the Titans wanted her for the offensive line. So did you see the video?
Yes.
So number one, if I'm like a woman, and
tell us, Dan,
that video. Well, if
I was a woman,
no.
by
Actually,
all means,
if
no, break it down.
If I were a woman and there is a slow motion video, by the way, you can find it on my X at Dan Manda Show. There's this slow motion video where she's body checking the ICE agents as she's trying to, make her way into the private prison. And it's just like, number one, if I'm the dude that is getting up close and personal with Representative LaMonica McIver, he's probably like, hey, can I go work on the border? Something less dangerous.
Honestly, especially nowadays.
That's exactly right. And Joan earlier utilized the term hefty. And so I, of course, picked up and ran with it.
You co-opted it.
I did. I co-opted it, but I'm not making fun. But she said that, oh no, I didn't body slam anybody. I didn't misbehave. It's like, well, let's check the tape, as a matter of fact. Now, she didn't body slam anybody, but she did body check.
She did what hockey players do. She used a body check.
It was chaotic. I mean, what do you expect in that situation for the ICE agents to do? Like, they have to maintain order.
I would have preferred to see batons, but that's just me. You know what?
Little pepper spray goes a long way.
Pepper spray goes a long way, man.
Maybe.
Could we get away? Let me ask you this, Joan. Could you and I get away with talking to cops like that? No.
I don't think so.
No way.
No. We would have had our faces rearranged.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
And if, in case you missed my whole take on that, bottom line is, look at the tape. They were the ones that were misbehaving. They're the ones that are out there saying, the agents on scene needed to de-escalate. You're members of Congress, and you showed absolutely no decorum whatsoever. And by the way, it is a privately run prison, which means that you don't have this automatic ability to step on the premises and get a tour just like that. There's certain protocols when it's a prison that is contracted out by the government.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
But don't let facts get in the way of a good song. So there you go.
My favorite was when she was on CNN saying she didn't do any of that while they had the tape playing in the background of her doing it.
Yes, right. That's exactly right.
What you're seeing on the screen here is not what I did.
That's mostly peaceful.
Well done, Joan Jones. Did they slow-mo it too in CNN? They slow-moed it too?
Yep.
All right, very good.
Did you hear Mexico's filed the lawsuit?
No.
They're suing Google.
For?
Gulf of America.
Oh, really?
Are they really?
Are these... Is that serious?
This is real. Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum announced on Friday wants the Oceanic region's name restored to Gulf of Mexico after Trump changed it, and now they threatened to sue Google back in February, but now they're getting pretty serious.
Really, I'd like Mexico to take care of the drug cartels.
Honestly,
you know what I mean? I mean, do you
remember Trump on Air Force One? He's like, she's terrified. She's terrified to deal with the cartels, and I'd be willing to help her, but she's shook.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And you know what? We could take care of the drug cartels. We could.
Relatively quickly, I'd imagine.
Oh, just remember when Trump took care of ICE? I mean, good Lord. ISIS.
ISIS.
Not ICE, but ISIS, Mandis.
He's taking good care of ICE now. Better than Biden took care of him.
Did you hear the prepare incoming bad joke? Hey, did you hear that there was an earthquake in eastern Tennessee?
I may have heard this.
Yeah. It's Biden's fault.
Okay.
See? Biden's fault. I did that same joke a couple of days ago.
Laugh harder.
Come on, man.
I was waiting for a LaMonica Ivor joke and some hefty to be played in the background.
No. Did you hear on the way in? I want to put diapers, WTN diapers on the naked statues.
I did hear that.
Yeah. Murphy's all in. Are you all in?
I'm with it.
Are you with it?
I'm with it. Sign me up for diapers on the naked statues. It's inappropriate. It's we shouldn't be having these statues. We should take them down. They're obscene. Why'd they put those statues up?
I don't know. Why did they put those statues? Why are there no clothes on these damn things?
Also, it's so confusing.
It's art.
I don't know which of them are non-binary and which are trans men or trans women.
It's exactly right. You know what? I can't say what I want to say.
It's not very inclusive.
No, it's not. It's not. And there's so many things to say, but we can't. So I guess we'll just have to move on.
Okay.
I'm sorry that your team lost in the.
Oh, it's okay.
You know what? Can I ask the final score?
10-2. 10-2.
Sounds like softball.
We played the Nationals. Solid squad. Good team.
Okay, well, good. 2468?
10.
No, 2468. Who do we appreciate?
Who do we appreciate?
I thought we were just counting.
No.
By twos.
10, no.
Were you a cheerleader in your younger days, Dan?
No.
Were you the bottom of the pyramid? You were using all that strength to hold them up?
I was very small as a child. I'd be the top of the pyramid, but whatever. Hey, Jasmine Crockett, real quick. I teased this in the 6 o'clock hour. Might as well get to it now. Will the Democrats support a black person for the White House in 2028? Jasmine Crockett.
It is this fear that the people within the party, within the primary system, will have about voting for a woman, because every time we voted for a woman, we've lost so far. And I think that that's a natural fear because we just want to win. So there's a lot of people that are like, you know what? Like, let's go find the safest white boy we can find. I mean, I'm just saying.
Those are the callers that we're hearing. We're hearing people.
No, for real.
A white man's got to do it. We're getting those callers.
For real. And
Andy Bashir, come on down. That has to be an Andy Bashir diss, right? Have you heard that he's readying a presidential run in 2028?
Oh, Andy seriously?
Bashir? Yeah, the governor of Kentucky.
No.
He fits the safest white boy box that she's talking about. Name a safer white boy in the Democrat Party than Andy Bashir.
Josh Shapiro, but he's Jewish.
Yeah, he's not safe.
He's not safe.
True.
Andy Bashir, come on down.
To be clear, when we talk about them, I can tell you that there is one specific candidate. I had a donor on the phones with me telling me that all the donors are lining up behind that candidate. So I can tell, and I can tell you it's not a black person nor woman, okay? So like it is, they have, quote unquote, they have chosen. And when I say that.
So it has nothing to do with the quality of the candidates, right? Hillary, most hated, one of the most hated politicians ever.
Oh, but I mean, what a pantsuit.
And Kamala Harris was just horrible. Kamala Harris had a horrible personality, a horrible laugh. She lied as to what her political inclinations are. She said, "Oh, I'm a moderate." No, you're
a rabid
leftist. And you were a terrible vice president. And you were literally a laughing joke in America. People mocked you on both the left and the right.
And we're
has nothing to do with that.
And we're pretty sure she's an alcoholic.
And we're pretty sure she's an alcoholic.
Have you seen her? There's been clips floating around of Kamala Harris, and she just looks absolutely schmuckered, if you will.
No, I didn't see that.
You didn't see that?
It's not surprising.
Can you share?
I don't think she's been sober since the election.
Was she sober during the election?
No.
Because there were moments, there were times.
That's a fair take.
All right, very good. Let's see here. I think we're almost out of time. What do you have coming up?
Well, we're going to talk about the China trade deal. We're going to talk about the executive orders / prescription prices. He's talking right now. The big guy's talking right now. We'll be bringing you all the highlights from Donald Trump and his remarks on China and the prescription costs and more.
All right. And Joan, what do you got coming up?
Hang on. Now I'm running tape on President Trump. Coming
late,
up here,
by the way.
Yeah, he is. Coming up here, we'll take a look at the tariff pause with China and how it's affecting Wall Street. It's a rally right now. Also, closing arguments today for the former House Speaker Glenn Cassidy's corruption trial. That's all coming up at 9 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
$8:53, Nashville's Morning News. Dan Mendes here. The question for you, if your roof is destroyed in a storm, how much of that replacement cost would your insurance company cover? Now, if you don't know, you really do need to ask because some insurance companies, they refuse to pay full replacement costs. They're going to deduct money for an older roof, and this means that the insurance company is going to depreciate how much they pay for your roof claim. If you've got an older roof, they are going to pay you less, and that could leave you on the hook for thousands of dollars, but my friends at King and Associates Insurance, they will pay full replacement cost, one of the few. So whether you have to replace a 10-year-old roof or a 2-year-old roof, they will pay for it to be replaced, period. It is that kind of focus on customer service that makes King and Associates Insurance one of the best insurance companies around. So call them, 615-329-8121, 615-329-8121. Get your royal review, tkinginsurance.com. 8:58, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. How are you? We're talking about vasectomies.
Yeah.
Old Ethan out there, he says, Joan, you'll love this. Ethan says that he got a vasectomy at 27 because at 23, he was paying child support on 2 kids for $1,700 a month.
Well,
so he said, you know what, I'm getting a vasectomy because, it's safer, apparently.
I mean, you could still make a personal choice to not have to worry about the repercussions of that.
Ethan, you could have, I don't know.
There's a couple things you could do.
You could have not been a hooer.
Oh.
That's number one.
Ethan, just take note that was Dan that said that.
Ethan, I was trying to really sugarcoat it, not be a jerk.
Or you could have wrapped it. You could have wrapped it. Whatever.
That's what I was thinking.
You could have been careful. So there is all of that.
How much did the vasectomy cost?
I don't know yet. I got to do it. You know what?
You haven't priced those out?
Not yet. You know what? Maybe I need to find a vasectomy doctor, and I could do endorsements.
If you had 2 options,
trade it out.
If you had 2 options and one was really cheap, but one was a little bit more expensive, which route are you going?
You know what? I'm going to the more expensive.
Are you?
Absolutely.
Yeah, not an area where you want to actually save some money.
I've got a coupon from the Sunday paper.
Buy one, get one free. This doesn't make much sense.
He could take you along.
Yeah, we could do it together.
Yeah. No.
We could bring in our frozen peas. No. Chris is having a hard time visualizing the whole thing.
I think he's squirming. Are you squirming?
There's a minor squirm.
Yeah.
There's a minor squirm.